You want to read her report for her? Ready? Welcome back to the Queen Anne's County Board of Education meeting for February the 3rd. Can we please stand for pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll have approval of the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Have everybody had a chance to review the minutes of, January the 20th, open and closed session? Have a motion?
Second.
All those in favor? Passed? Aye. Okay, we're going to recognitions. Dr. Kane?
Okay, very well.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we have 4 recognitions, and I have the pleasure of introducing our difference maker, and Ms. Bass is going to accompany me in calling Miss Carrie Clater. Greetings, Miss Clater. Miss Carrie Clater is the 3rd grade teacher for Mattapique Elementary School, and she is accompanied by her principal, Mrs. Jennifer Schreckengoss. And this is what's being said about you today, Mrs. Clater. Mrs. Carrie Clater is an expert at creating a true classroom family. Her students learn very early that they are loved. Their social interactions, respect for others, and empathy are cultivated daily. Not only does Mrs. Clater hold high standards for academics and behaviors, but she also provides the scaffolds and instruction that children need in order to be successful. Years after students leave Ms. Clater's classroom, not only will they remember the stories they read and math strategies they used to solve fractions, my favorite, but they will also remember running outside to see the huge turtle walking past, without touching it, of course, right after reading about turtles, naming the ducklings Ms. Clater hatched on her farm, and hearing "I love you" every day on their walk to the bus. Miss Carrie Clater's heart was created to teach children, and she makes a difference every single day. Congratulations to you, Miss Clater. And we are social distancing, but I certainly want to make sure, is there anything that you would like to say? There is not. Well, we thank you. The Mattapique Elementary School family thanks you, and congratulations for being a difference maker.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Come on, can you get Ms. Schreckengoss in there?
Sure, we can make it appropriate.
Thank you. And next, we have our Spirit Award, and we are recognizing Mrs. Mary Mahler, school counselor at Mattapique Elementary School. Come on in. Excellent. Mrs. Muller, here are some things that have been said about you for the Spirit Award. Yep, come on over.
All right.
Mrs. Muller is a tireless advocate for every child, family, and staff member at Mattapique Elementary School. Her positivity and loving nature, coupled with her energy and enthusiasm, make her an unstoppable force. There is no task she's unwilling to embrace, and she fills her days working with children. In addition to teaching classroom guidance lessons, meeting with small groups, and talking with individual students, she has taken on a daily class of students with whom she teaches social, emotional, and organizational school success skills. Mrs. Mahler is so committed to our school, she actually came out of retirement to join our staff. What a gift we have in Mrs. Mary Mahler. She embodies the spirit of Mattapique Elementary School and Queen Anne's County Public Schools. Congratulations, Mrs. Mahler. Mrs. Reed, would you like to say anything?
Sure.
Absolutely.
It's just such an honor to be here. As Dr. Kane said, when I moved here from Kansas City, I thought that I would be in retirement, and then met the folks at Mattapique, did some substitute teaching. Jen called me up, and the rest is history. And just, it's a privilege to serve the students and to be at Mattapique. Thank you so much.
We'll take your picture. Thank you. Congratulations. And Mrs. Bass, our next award is the Shining Star Award, and that's going to be for Miss Dawn Custer. Greetings, Miss Custer. Come right on over. Let me tell you the wonderful things that have been said about you today. Miss Custer, of course, our Shining Star Award winner. Mrs. Custer keeps our school running without fail. She finds solutions to any problem, from writing checks, submitting work orders, acquiring supplies, communicating with all stakeholders, and everyone's favorite, ensuring that payroll is submitted accurately. Mrs. Custer approaches the most intense situations with a calm, peaceful approach, which is contagious and de-escalates immediately. She can find a resolution to any challenge. Our school would not be the same without her. Congratulations, Mrs. Custer. You don't have to, no worries. We are just so very, very proud of you. Let us get a picture. Congratulations again. And next we'll have our final Energizer Bunny Award for Mrs. Sherry Valenti. Oh, congratulations, Mrs. Valenti.
Thank you.
Mrs. Valenti is the math specialist at Mattapique Elementary School. She efficiently completes the work of 6 people. Not only does she take on the duties of math specialist, teaching interventions, coaching teachers, working with small groups of students, and leading professional development, she also serves as the chair of serves as the treasurer of the PTA. You chair the equity committee, you head STEM fair, and you simply get things done. That's what's been said about you. She's perpetually moving, thinking, and doing. Any task she takes on is completely, accurately, creatively, and considerately done. Her advocacy for our teachers, students, and families is admirable, and her contributions to Mattapique Elementary School are essential and appreciated. Congratulations, Mrs. Valenti. Is there anything you wanted to say? Absolutely.
Yes, please. I'll make it quick. But I just want to say that, I get my energy from the teachers that I work with and the students. And the teachers that I work with are amazing. They work so hard every day, and I couldn't do it without them. And my students just give me the energy to keep going through this tough year too.
Well, it is greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's get a picture.
And the bunny too.
Oh, and I'm sorry, and the bunny, of course, the Energizer Bunny. That is for you.
Oh, so cute. Thank you.
See ya.
Okay, we're moving on. We have board involvement. Ms. Harper? want to start? Board, any comments you have for the? No, we're going to do board involvement right now, and then.
You're not going to do your presentation?
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we'll do, okay, let's go to Mr. Middleton. Sorry. This will be,
Is Dr. Greenwood not?
Yes, I'm back up.
Okay. We'll have your presentation.
okay, this will be the presentation from Mr. Middleton from MABE during our superintendent search.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to bring everybody up to date on the search. I will be making basically the presentation. Dr. Terry Greenwood is also on. We make 2/3 of the team. The other person on the team is Dr. Thelma Monk. She will be doing reference checks and internet searches. The two of us are retired superintendents, and Dr. Monk is retired Director of Human Resources from Montgomery County. The reason that you do a search is to identify best leader for your school system. And what we're looking for is a leader that can take you from where you are and take you forward and be there for a while. It helps to have continuity. Also, we need to be sure that we keep the legal aspects of the search in mind and have a clean and a fair search. The fairness comes in that anyone that applies gets an equal shot. If we have some in-house applicants or outside applicants, they all get the same shot, and we work to do that. There's 4 parts to the search. Planning the search, which basically has been completed, advertising and recruiting, which is out right now, and screening and selecting the candidate, and then appointing, of course, the new superintendent. The first thing we had to do was come up with an overall timeline, and that timeline at this point will end about the 1st of May. So that's the timeline of how long it might take to do the search. And I'd say that during some of that time, it's a patience builder because you'll think there's nothing happening, but the ad is out, the applications are coming in, the interviews are happening. Establish confidentiality. The consultants and the board members are sworn to confidentiality. It has to be that way. If we were asked if somebody applied, we simply cannot answer that because we're dealing with people that are in a professional position. May or may not have informed their current employers, so those names cannot be out. The board did establish a spokesperson. Ms. Tammy Harper is the board spokesperson for all items on the search. Stakeholder input. The board has discussed a number of times that they want some stakeholder input in this process. The first step in that was the survey that went out that was published on the website and through notifications to parents and employees. That came back, I think, with some very good suggestions. About 57 parents participated in that. 11 of those parents were Board of Education employees for a total of about 25 school committees and 13 community people. There were 3 questions on that survey. What qualifications they thought the new superintendent should have, and what are positive things about Queen Anne's County and the Queen Anne school system, and what challenges you think the new superintendent might hold. The characteristics were very important. The characteristics that the people recommended were used to come up with a list of characteristics. And that those characteristics guide basically the rest of the search. And some of those things that were mentioned, for instance, just let me hit a few of them. Dedicated advocate for public schools with superior interpersonal skills and successfully engaged with the Board of Education and a diverse community of students, parents, staff, educators, business partners, and elected officials. Interpersonal skills. And dedicated advocate for public schools, consensus builder, collaboration was mentioned a number of times. Communicate effectively and honestly with all stakeholders was mentioned. Is committed to equity and diversity and will be visible and active in the Queen Anne County schools and community. Apparently, the parents particularly wanted someone that they knew and saw in the community. Somebody that is accountable and accepts ultimate responsibility for what goes on. They want someone that's committed to academic success for all students through a rigorous curriculum and has a successful track record of doing that. And someone with proven budgeting and financial skills who can, and this is interesting, set priorities and lead the allocation of resources to advance the system's goals and articulate public and funding officials. That's a quick run through of what came out of that survey. If you'd like to see the entire thing, it should be up on the Queen Anne County Board of Education website under Superintendent Search. Is also on the main website under Superintendent Search, and it's also on the application, so if you pull up that, you can get it. There's also some criteria and general information that you should be aware of. Maryland certification as a superintendent is required. State superintendent of schools has not, will not approve somebody for another position unless they have a Maryland superintendent certificate. The board has said that a doctorate is preferred, but a competitive salary with a minimum starting salary of $165,000. The board looked at salaries all over Eastern Shore particularly, and a lot of discussion was, well, if we're going to be competitive, that's the salary that we need to put out there. Hopefully, everything will be finished so that the search will be done by May the 1st. We have advertised to a number of places. We actually purchased advertising online with the American Association of School Administrators, the National Association of Black School Educators, and our Top School Jobs. Those were the ads that were purchased. And we also have contacted a number of other agencies, including the National School Boards Association, Public Superintendent Association of Maryland, and a number of other professional associations in Maryland, like elementary school principals and so forth, where we get help in notifying people of the vacancy. I also have contacted about 34 previous for a superintendent's position or people that have showed an interest in superintendent's job in the state of Maryland. At this point, as of today, I have one completed application and I have two partially completed applications. So we got pretty quick turnaround. The applicant itself requires a number of things, including a narrative where the board will be able to see a person's writing skills, and that can kind of interesting. But there is a flyer and an ad that the county has published, and that is on a number of websites, including the local board. The certification is a key issue in this search. As I said, states will not approve a candidate that does not meet Maryland certification. It does not require a certificate. It requires a master's degree and a few other things. They also can be certified in Maryland if they have been a superintendent in another state, have a superintendent's certificate from that state, and have been at least 3 years out of the last 7 years a superintendent in that state. All that, and then here comes the applications. MABE keeps the applications. They do not end up in the county office. They are sent to the board at the search is open when the application time is over, and with some comments and review of some things from MABE. The board then ranks the applicants and decides who they want to take to the first interview. The first interview is a highly structured interview. The same questions with no follow-ups go to every applicant that is interviewed. That's to be sure that that is fair and everyone gets the same shot. That interview, they decide who they'd like to take to a second interview. The second interview is different. It is an open interview. The board members may ask whatever questions they like as long as they're legal, and they may have follow-ups. That's totally different. The follow-up could be from something that happened in the first interview. The candidates that are in have been in the first interview. We do reference checks and internet checks at each stage. Until the names go public, we are kind of restricted with how many people we can contact. But as you go to, after the second interview, you go to the next interview, and then you go wide open because the names are out there and everybody knows who's applied. And we do extensive background checks. We also do a higher right background check on the finalists. After that, and the board at this point is considering what type of stakeholder input they may have at the finalist stage. That is a little bit up in the air because of COVID, but they're going to definitely have some kind of stakeholder input at that stage. There are 5 votes to select the superintendent. By state law, those 5 votes must be taken in open session, and the 5 members are the only ones that have votes during that session to name a superintendent. The stakeholders and the consultant provide input to the board. The board has already said they want stakeholder input, and they got some fair amount of good input from the survey. Ultimately, the Board of Education has to make the decisions. The board views all the information they have on the candidates. They come up with a final. They get approval from the superintendent, and then they move to talk with the candidate. And that at the meeting. That's kind of the quick and maybe, I hope, survey. It's gone very quickly, but I've been pleased with the work that the board has done. I think they are interested in getting the candidates. Frankly, the number of applicants are down from what I'm hearing from other searches. Maybe no one wants to leave because of the involvement with COVID. I don't know, but I'm pleased that we already have 3, and it's only been on the street about, 4 or 5 days. That's kind of where I am, and appreciate the support the board has given us so far.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate all the help you're giving us, and like you said, we've had some meetings, and we will have future meetings to keep this on track. But thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, and have a good evening.
Right, good night. You too. Thank you. Okay, now we'll go to board involvement. I'm sorry for the earlier one miss up. Tammy? Michelle?
I did earlier this month attend the Martin Luther King celebration that's put on every year. Usually it's in person, so this was a first for virtual. And Dr. King was an award that evening, or that day. So I did attend that with my kids. And then tomorrow night I'll be attending virtually the Navigating the Possibilities and Obstacles to Living Your Dream. As a young Black person, I'll be attending that with my children as well.
Helen?
I got to taste some great chai latte from Dessert First because I went to support the Kent Island High School had a fundraiser, the PTSA, last week. So a big shout out to Dessert First for supporting Board of Education and the schools. I also attended a Zoom meeting that was put on by MABE, the key work of school boards, and that was an excellent presentation. Long, but I'm not used to long Zoom meetings, but it was entertaining and it was very informative. And of course, spent a lot of time reading all the letters that have been addressed to the Board of Education that have come in the last few weeks. Very much appreciate the citizens, the teachers, all the people that have written to us and have taken that time, because I know that we're all busy, and so just know that I read every single one, so I can't always respond, but that was what we did.
Yeah, nothing from me.
Okay. Well, as all the board members, we've received a lot of emails, and very passionate emails about our system and how we're moving forward and opening up schools. And I've taken time to read them all. I think we all have. And I know people are passionate about this. And I think we need to come to a conclusion. But I do appreciate the letters, and I think they're important that people can voice their opinions how they'd like to. And we have, as all the board members have been in Zoom meetings with MABE on the superintendent search, and things are moving forward. Dr. King?
Absolutely. So I'm going to talk about January and February sort of together because I attend the same monthly or actually weekly, bi-weekly superintendent meetings for the state of Maryland as well as for the Eastern Shore. And of course, we have conversations on a weekly basis with the Maryland Department of Health and our local health officers. I also attend a weekly legislative call with the superintendent group as well. I had an opportunity to once again participate in achieving academic equity for Black Boys Task Force. We are going to be presenting some recommendations to the State Department of Education this month in February. Also had an opportunity to participate in the MAYO, that's the Maryland Association for Environmental Outdoor Education. Of course, I sit on that board, and we are having a conference this month. So from today, actually is the first day, February 3rd, through Saturday, February 6th, we will have a conference, and I will be moderating a panel for global sustainable schools, and that will happen on Saturday. So lots of going on with the Mayo conference. Of course, we had our collaboration meeting with the commissioners this month, and I will be participating tomorrow, or at least I'll be on the line for the virtual panel discussion with our former students tomorrow evening. Also on the 27th of this month, February, I'll be a speaker at a women's conference on the 27th. And of course, I did do some professional development as well with painting a vivid vision of equity in schools with our partners at the Cambio Group. We had our monthly joint labor management committee meeting on the 28th of January, and we'll continue to meet. And we also had an impromptu meeting a couple days ago as well. We met with them at their request. So we're always happy to do that. And that pretty much does it. I also want to mention that we did get a number of thank you cards. Unfortunately, last month we mentioned quite a few losses to family members in Queen Anne's County Public Schools, and we did receive thank you cards from each of them. So I just want to recognize that.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, our student member board, Ms. Gross.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Alexis Gross, student member of the board for Kent Island High School. So in January, we had the collection of materials from semester 1, and that occurred on the 25th, 26th, and 27th. And then starting the 28th, we've had over 100 students be brought in for small group instruction. Additionally, we had the Student of the Month awards distributed on the 29th. And then in this month of February, on Friday the 5th, quarter 2 reports will be sent out. On the 5th and 8th, the distribution of semester 2 materials will occur. And then on the 8th through the 12th, sophomore rings will need to be placed, like the orders for them. And then schedules were sent for scheduling for the next school year to students by Mr. Schreckengoss, and the window for this will end on the 10th. And then on the 13th, fall sports begin, and that will be talked about later in the meeting. And then on the 23rd and 25th, underclassmen will have the opportunity to get their portrait retaked. And then on the 26th, there's the February Student of the Month awards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mrs. Smith could not attend, but she has given a report. Ms. Harper, would you? Thank you. Okay, that moves us into.
Although, can I ask a quick question? Dr. King, you may not be able to answer it, but just about its academic team. Do you know who they competed against?
I do not.
Okay, thanks. Pretty cool.
Okay, moving on to citizen participation. Mark, could you read our?
Sure. So, obviously, members of the public are invited tonight. We ask that all speakers keep in mind the following guidelines. Speakers should sign the roster, including their telephone number and address. Comments should be limited to 3 minutes in length. Comments longer than 3 minutes should be submitted in writing, please. Questions or statements to the board should relate to a matter of general policy over which the board has authority. Comments about actions or statements of individual staff members are not appropriate for public comment and should be referred to the superintendent of the schools or the board president. If you have a specific question, the board will make sure an appropriate staff member responds to your question. The board respects your desire and your right to convey your message freely, but asks as a courtesy to this board and our citizens to show respect for all.
Thank you. Carla, could you have the first? Good evening, you have a seat, right? If we could just get your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Ashley Gick, G-I-C-K. My address is 510 Roman Coke Road, Stevensville, Maryland, 21666. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ashley Gick. I appreciate having the opportunity to finally speak to you in person this evening. I worked on this statement for many days now. So many things are near and dear to my heart. You all know me by name at this point, but I want you to know my face, to know that I am a mother to amazing twin daughters that are 5th graders at Mattapique Elementary. I'm a wife, a daughter, a sister, an aunt, and most importantly, for this evening, a registered nurse. A registered nurse who has worked with the most ill patients in our state at shock trauma. A nurse who now works at Anne Arundel Medical Center, caring for COVID-positive patients. A nurse who has not hesitated to hop on top of a COVID-19 patient and perform CPR as they suddenly lost their pulse. And a nurse who has held the hands of those who took their last breath as they died without family. I believe in science. I believe there is a virus attacking many people all over the world. Yet science still tells us there are ways to mitigate the risk. Wear a mask, wash your hands, and watch your distance. With these 3 W's, there are businesses, hospitals, and schools open for business with no COVID outbreaks. It can be done, but it takes dedicated leadership, communication, and passion. But with all the science and millions of dollars from the CARES Act, Queen Anne's County public school system, to my opinion, has failed our children. My children used to love school. Every day was a new opportunity. They would head out for their day with bright eyes and a warm heart. I have not seen that spark in my daughter's eyes since March 13th, 2020. Children who love school now log on to their virtual classroom because it's what they're told to do. They are miserable, unmotivated, and frustrated. It is awful to watch as a parent. It literally turns my stomach. My girls have often asked me why some of their friends can go to school. They're speaking of their friends who attend private schools throughout the state. Can you even fathom how awful the conversation goes when you must explain to your children you cannot go to school because your mom and stepdad cannot afford private school? It is completely inexcusable and it must stop. I'm not going to waste any more of my few minutes that I have citing the science and statistics. You hear them every day on the news and read them in trusted medical publications. Dr. Salmon has made it clear that it is time to open schools. Why has Queen Anne's County responded so slowly? There has been 10 months to make a plan. Why hasn't there been a precedent set for all schools to have a reopening plan from the beginning? Why are we playing catch up? There is only one school that I know of that had a full day hybrid plan in the fall. Not one other school. I have 1 more minute left. I've timed this. Not one other school. How is that allowed? The politics of the situation are disgusting. But at the end of the day, you are only sabotaging our children's education and mental health. Why have our neighboring counties been back in the buildings with full-day schooling since the fall? Why did this county wait for our scheduled board meeting after the governor's message? Should have had an emergency meeting. And to those who are pushing for complete vaccination prior to returning in-person learning, think about this. Did your local grocery store employees refuse to work? Did they shut down your ability to feed your family? No, they didn't. They showed up and did their job. The disservice to our children is sickening, and I call on you tonight to make a change for the better immediately. I plead with you to give the children, the parents, the teachers, the administrators a chance to show we can succeed at being back to school in person. I plead with you to work tirelessly to make this happen sooner than later. In-person school is imperative for our children. They are desperate for a classroom, social interaction, emotional support.
Ms. Glick, we just got to keep this at a time, and please wrap it up.
And educational growth in forms other than a computer screen. While I recognize virtual learning was phased in for us to survive, it is now time to move forward with the opportunity to thrive. Please do not deny our growth. Our children deserve so much better than what they have been given thus far.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, hello. My name is Carrie Ann Slacum. My address is 413 Bay City Road, Stevensville, Maryland, 21666.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for having us here today. I am a parent of 6. Three of my kids have graduated and gone off to college. Last year, 2 of them were seniors, missed out pretty much on their whole second half of their senior year. I now have a senior in high school that has not had any of her lasts. Not a last homecoming, not a last winter formal, nothing. I have a 5-year-old that is supposed to be in kindergarten learning and exploring and developing. Not at all. I'm here to give you all the facts that clearly nobody is aware of because you all just aren't researching common knowledge. Back on March 13th, it was a half a day in school. That was the last day that those kids ever stepped foot inside of a school, March 13th. March 16th, they went virtual. They continued virtual for 61 days for the remainder of the school year. 61 days. 61 days that you all had to get your stuff together and figure out how these kids are going to go back in August. In addition to 61 days, you all were given 46 additional days on top of that throughout the summer. And these do not include the days that you all have off. I didn't even include those. These are the actual physical days that those kids are in school and the actual physical days that the schools are open during the summertime. I didn't even include the Fridays. So at that point in time, you all were given approximately 107 days, 107 days to figure something so simple out that private schools were able to do it. If you all couldn't figure it out, go to a private school. Ask them what they're doing to get their kids back in school back in August, back in September. You have not heard one outbreak in any private school that has shut them down. And they have continued every single day. Not virtual hybrid, not half day here, half day there, not 2 days on, 2 days off. 5 days continually every day. So in addition to the 107 days that you all have had, you all now have an additional 95 days, of which these kids have been in virtual school. 95. Actually, technically it's 96 because today was considered a school day. Even though it was asynchronous, it's still a school day. So you're at 96 days since the start of the school year. Still, you all can't get your stuff together. Y'all can't get these kids back in school. I have worked in a medical field for over 11 years. I worked on the front line for over 5 in an emergency department. And I have sat there and I have gone to work every single day since this thing has started. It's my job. It's the teacher's job. It's your all's job to get these kids back in school. You all have, at this point in time, have had 202 days.
Wrap it up because we got to get everybody in front of
I get that. 202 days. 202 days. And all of the individuals in this room cannot get schools back in session.
Thank you, Ms. Slacum. We have to be fair.
We got to move for everybody.
That's fine. Those are the facts and they cannot be disputed at all.
Good evening. Can you state your name and address for the record?
My name is Kelly Pender. My address is 2908 Millington Road. That's Millington, Maryland. I'm the mother of a 5th and 9th grade and an 11th grade student. I just pulled from the Maryland School Reopening Guidance from January. The updated guidance and educational design recommendations support the goal to quickly and safely restore in-person learning for Maryland students and prioritize the students who are academically vulnerable. Some degree of in-person learning should be the immediate goal for all students in all jurisdictions, unquote. So I looked into our neighboring school districts. Kent County, their elementary middle school has already had 8 weeks of full-time in-person learning this year. They started back in person on February 2nd, staggering their start dates. South of us, Caroline County, same thing, started in person February 2nd. By February 16th, all students will have the opportunity for some in-person teaching. The next school district closest to me would be Smyrna in Delaware. They've been back at it in person for quite a while. So the 3 school districts around me have the same problems that our district has, but they have found solutions. Why can they find solutions and we can't? The first attempt to get kids back in school seemed to end with a staffing problem, but that I don't believe was ever officially said. The second attempt was shut down due to case numbers, and then recently the third attempt, we just got an email saying that the board rescinded the attempt with not really an explanation. According to the email sent by Dr. Kane on January 14th, all instructional staff is expected to return to school buildings on Monday, January 25th, 2021, unquote. Why did this not happen? I'm guessing it had to do with the internet capability, but nobody has told us anything officially. I would like to know why this didn't happen. I believe we're entitled to know. The internet's been upgraded, so is this going to be the policy going forward that the educators are going to go back into the buildings? The school district is failing to educate 2 of 3 of my children. With over 14 teachers between them, the first semester, only 1 teacher ever had a private meet to help them keep up or teach them something they were struggling with. This is not because my other children are getting good grades. Their GPAs have dropped. 1 has dropped dramatically. It would be interesting to see what the overall GPAs at individual schools are doing, because then we could see how successful they are. I understand some students are successful learning in this virtual platform. Mine are not. As I watch them fall further behind students in the neighboring communities, I have to ask why our district is not able to solve the same problems faced by all the districts around us. I'm here to ask why there is no plan or date or anything to get our kids back in school. What's the problem?
Thanks, Ms.
You all have got to fix this. Our kids are failing.
Good evening. State your name and address for the record.
Chris Blanton, 242 Lace and Seal Court. Hello.
I'm sorry, Chris, what was your last name?
Blanton.
Okay.
My time starts when...
Go ahead.
Okay. I see some new faces on the board, so I would assume that there's more voting Queen Anne's County residents that feel the same way I do. I find it rather unfortunate that the school board not only knows but also understands that kids are not learning to their full potential in the manner in which instruction is being conducted. I find it unfortunate that kids old enough to go to work have to do school online due to the dangers of COVID, but can go to work afterwards to work places like fast food restaurants, grocery stores, convenience stores, etc. I find it unfortunate that we're almost a year into this and nothing has changed. I find it unfortunate that teachers have put themselves in a position that appear to make them better than everyone else. Police officers, firefighters, corrections officers, dispatchers, daycares, grocery store workers, plumbers, barbers, gas stations, convenience stores, restaurants. The list goes on and on and on of people who have been working throughout the pandemic in a safe manner. Yet we sit here and we continue to look at how to keep teachers and students out of the building with one excuse after another. It's ironic that when you ask for more money, it's always, oh, but think about the children. What about the children now? It's not about the children, but self-motivated greed. The children have only been used as pawns, as evident by the inactions of the school system over the last year. Well, I'm tired of my child and other children being treated as pawns, and enough is enough. The science doesn't show that schools cause the problem, or I guess they would be doing online daycare. Could you imagine a firefighter having a Zoom meet with you after calling 911 and them telling you how to put out a fire, but you don't have the millions of dollars in equipment that you have to achieve the desired outcome, or a police officer doing the same thing while you're being robbed? There was was a reason why the school system received half the county budget. I mean, think about it. You can run an entire county on half the county budget, police officers, firefighters, public works, county attorneys, roads, et cetera, but you fail to run the school system on half the county budget. So you want to keep the schools closed. Let's save some money and help you with your fiduciary responsibility that is clearly lacking. Average yearly car payment is $5,760 a year. Car insurance is $1,240 a year. Cost per gallon of gas is $2.46. Average travel distance to work, 16 miles, 32 round trip. Average miles per gallon on a vehicle is 24.9. Cost of daycare a year is $12,794. That's $22,833 a year that teachers are saving. The average teacher salary is $60,617 a year. Let's cut this by the money you're saving by not going to work. Teachers are only contracted to work 180 days. So if you're making $60,000 and $617, and that's the equivalent of $42.09 an hour on the 180 days. If you're working the general 2,080 hours, that would be equivalent to $87,547 if you're working an entire year. Now let's assume you want to say, hey, look, I work voluntarily more than 8 hours a day. Great. With the 180-day work year versus the 260-day work year and the extra hour you have since you don't have to commute to and from work, teachers can actually work 12 and a half hours a day in the 10-month work year to equal the average of 2,080 hours. The average cost of a teacher's aide is $19,756. Now, since I'm a teacher's aide at home, then you can start cutting me and every other parent acting as a teacher's aide a check for the amount of $19,756. Open the schools up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Please state just your name and your address for the record.
My name is Ashley McClure. My address is 106 Cypress Street, Centerville, Maryland. McClure. All right, so I know I have 3 minutes, so I'm going to try to speak fast. I would like to first start by saying I appreciate everything that Queen Anne's County Public Schools has done for our children. I think you guys are doing a fantastic job with the current reopening plan, and I appreciate it. My daughter has benefited tremendously. Is it an ideal situation? No, but I think you guys are working as hard as you can. Okay, so I'm going to get started with what I came here to say. Hello and good evening. I stand here before you today as a Black mother of a brown-skinned child within Queen Anne's County Public Schools. I was able to watch last month's board meeting on January 6th, and my heart broke. Mr. Schiffinelli, you said, and I quote, I am willing to listen to your diatribe here, and I am not willing to listen to your diatribe here, and I do not like the fact that you are bringing a political organization into a public hearing. This was in reference to racial equity within Queen Anne's County Public Schools and Black Lives Matter. This is hurtful, and it disbars the unique experience I have as a Black woman. At no point did I wake up and decide that I would be Black. I was born this way, and for that, I make no apologies, nor would I change this. By negating or not acknowledging the needs of your brown-skinned students and the unique struggles they face, you are becoming complacent and placing your white privilege front and center.
And please just speak to the board, not any one individual.
Okay, I'll speak to whomever. My daughter's experience will be very different from those with her peers within Queen Anne's County Public Schools. There will be inherent differences in her struggles that she will face at school. A lack of understanding creates a system in which it will be even harder for her to be successful and achieve her fullest potential. We must ensure that all stakeholders are understanding the difference between equality and equity. I ask that board members and stakeholders receive equity training. We as educators, notice I said we, need to understand and acknowledge the implicit biases that exist within public education, and more specifically within Queen Anne's County Public Schools. I also ask you, what policies currently exist in reference to equity? While African American students are within the minority, our voices count, and our community is hurting. Our children face institutional racism and implicit biases every single day. They walk into your buildings or log on to Schoology. My daughter, despite having a white father, carries no white privilege. She will be judged for being brown-skinned, special needs, and a female. I'm concerned for my daughter. I just want to know what Queen Anne's County Public Schools is doing to address these important and prevalent issues. And again, I ask you to educate yourselves on the privilege that you hold and the lack of privilege that others do not have. Let me end with this quote, and by saying that it is my sincerest hope that this is your aha moment. It is said that for every aha moment that a white person experiences in regards to racism, a black person of color has paid a tremendous emotional price. Yes, the lessons that we teach our community come at an extraordinary high cost to me, but I am more than willing to pay that cost for my daughter within Queen Anne's County Public Schools. That's taken from Pocahontas Gertler while I run this race. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you just wipe the table down because for the next person?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Could you just give your name and address for the record?
My name is Paul Couch, and my address is 605 Duval Road in Stevensville.
Okay.
Right, have a seat, please.
This is my son, Gregory. I was going to speak first. I'll keep it brief and then have my son say a couple of things. Thank you. Thanks for having us here. My biggest and main concern is getting my boys, him and his older son. They're 15 and 17. They've been A students, maybe a B now and then. Never failed since pre-kindergarten. Both of them were failing right now. It's been devastating. I'm not going to really, there's no reason to throw daggers at anybody because we could all take a little bit of responsibility. But the main responsibility is, for me, I feel, as Judge Judy would say, it just doesn't make sense, and when it doesn't make sense, it's usually a lie. So I'm going to leave it at that. If the shoe fits, wear it. A lot of other places are back at school, right down the corner, Carroll County or whatever, and then you go here and they have it locked down. It just doesn't make sense. We need to all get together and be on the same team. That's what I really feel. And I also wanted to, my sons wrestle. Well, they would like to wrestle. And their GPA, is not doing so well. And we're hoping that there was some kind of leniency towards that as well, because they've already been suffering enough. It's supposed to be all about the kids. The parents, we needed two incomes, I guess, for probably 20 or 30 years, I feel. You need two incomes to make a mortgage payment and everything. And so it's not, I would say probably over 10 years, 5 years, we would have it down pat that we could probably do something different. But as of right now, we're suffering. There's a lot of anger in the air, a lot of worry and a lot of fear. And it doesn't have to be that way. I really don't feel it has to be that way. I'd like to think that we're here, even though we might not think exactly alike or look exactly alike, we're all equal. We all can put our 2 cents worth in and get something resolved. We don't have to keep on being on opposite sides, I feel. And I've heard some really, some things that were not so cool. But like I said, we all know what some of the problems are. So anyway, that's my main concerns. And I used to do a lot of complaining, but never did anything about it. So I'm so happy that my wife sent me here. And I'm so proud of my son to show up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Go ahead, you've got something, you can just make it short real quick.
Okay. My name's Greg Couch. I go to Kent Island High School. So this is my freshman year, and I've been looking forward to playing sports in high school and everything, but with the online school, what we've been doing so far, pretty much most of the kids that I know have not had grades that they normally have. It's been really hard with the whole different kind of learning, which nobody's done before. I realize it can be hard on the teachers too, but I think there's two sides of the street, and it's got to be both ways. So it can't be all blamed on the students, but I realize not all the blame can go to the teachers too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said.
Okay. Guys, have a great evening, and thank you for having us here.
Thank you.
It's good to see you.
Thank you. Evening, can you speak your name and address for the record?
Yeah,
And we've got 17 people, we want to hear everybody, but if everybody could just, when the buzzer goes off, when you hear the buzzer go off, try to wrap it up.
Yep. My name is Douglas Fitzmaurice. I live at 43 Prospect Bay Drive West. Good evening. My name is Douglas Fitzmaurice, like I just said. I'm currently a senior at Queen Anne's County High School. I've grown up in Queen Anne's County my entire life. I've gone to CES, KES, CMS, and I'm currently a senior at Queen Anne's. But to start my high school career, I started off at DeMatha and Mount St. Joseph, which are both private high schools on the other side of the bridge. And while attending these schools, I was presented with numerous wonderful opportunities, both new to me and to better my character. And I met tons of new people, made tons of new friends. But at the end of the day, the place I really wanted to be was here. It was home at Queen Anne's. Being at Queen Anne's, it's like a dream, honestly. I've been there for 2 years now. This last year has been drastically affected by COVID-19, but I've still thoroughly enjoyed my experience. Excuse me. But no, I'm a member of the varsity lacrosse team. I thought I was going to play all years. It was really unfortunate that we haven't been able to play for the past, year and a half, year. It's really unfortunate. And I remember it was our scrimmage last year against Annapolis Area Christian School. I just thought I was going to go into school on Monday. The scrimmage was on a Friday. We got the call. It was COVID. We were going into quarantine. We weren't returning to school. Just like everybody else, I thought that online school was just going to be a short-term fix and we were going to return to school in the fall. And it turns out now here it is, February of the next year, and we're still in online school. Prior to online school, I was an AB student throughout all 2.5 years of high school. And once we started online school, my grades and my attendance had started to fall off as I found it a lot harder to prioritize my time. I found it a lot harder to focus on school, and my grades really started to fall off. And I guess the main point that I'm trying to get across is that, I just want to return to a little bit of normalcy. It's kind of just, I know we've tried to make a few attempts to get back to school, but every time it gets closed, it seems like it gets pushed off a little bit, and it just seems like it's not a top priority. But with that said, I'm not here to call anybody out or tell anybody how to do their jobs, because I recognize I'm still a child. I'm just here to ask you guys to just try and just get us back in there, just so, like people like myself, we can pass all our classes, get all of our credits, and receive our diplomas, and honestly just enjoy the experience of being in high school. I think that's a big thing that a lot of people are missing out on, is the experience. People like to talk about how high school is the best years of their life. They always remember things that go on in high school, and there's a lot of things that we've missed during this online school, during this period. And I just want to get back into school. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for your time.
Yes.
Thank you. You guys have a nice evening.
You the same.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yes.
Good evening.
Evening, can I put my stuff?
Could you give me your name and address for the record? And we're going to try to adhere to the 3 minutes as close as possible.
Wrote it down. Should be 3 minutes, guys. Maybe less. Good evening,
What's your name? I'm sorry.
Jennifer Fitzmaurice.
Oh, Fitzmaurice.
Yes, that was my son.
All right.
43 Prospect Bay Drive West in Graysonville. I have a son at Queen Anne's County High School, a daughter that would be at Graysonville Elementary School if schools were open. I have a son who graduated in 2020 from Queen Anne's County High School. I've lived in Queen Anne's County for 21 years now, raising 3 kids. I've given a lot of time and treasure to this community. I participate, I show up, I donate, I do my best to support the positive attributes and speak up when I feel something is wrong, misunderstood, or lacking information. That's what brings me here tonight. COVID-19 and how the Queen Anne's County Board of Education and its leadership have managed our money and resources to serve our kids leaves me scratching my head. The students of today that are locked online, at home, or in parking lots and cars are our future leaders. How do you expect them to know how to behave and learn and grow in the same manner that we were afforded if they're not in schools? We've been plagued by digital devices for many years and their impact on children and how it's changed the way they communicate. Denying them in-person access to other students, teachers, and resources only compounds these problems. Let's talk about what matters in the school as described by the character counts pillars. Fairness. All students should be invited to school and allowed to attend in person if they and their families choose to be there. Caring, wearing masks, washing hands, and watching your social distance, the 3 W's, will teach them to care for others. How are you caring for our kids by leaving them, so many, at home? Citizenship. We are paying for leadership. We're paying for school budgets, teachers, and the students deserve access to the schools. The students will learn what it means to live in a country and county that is meaningful when their needs are met. Trustworthiness. Trusting the decision makers are working as hard as they possibly can on their behalf. See their faces. They trust you, and you're to teach them what being trustworthy is. How could that be when fairness isn't even being distributed? Respect. These students deserve your respect to make decisions and put in place plans for their overall growth, mentally, physically, and of course, academically. Responsibility. You all have a responsibility to perform your jobs the very best way you can. Look beyond this inner circle. There are other school districts open. There are other states open. There are a lot of resources. Your PTAs could get together and work with you and help you solve some problems if you'd reach out to them, myself included, having coordinated many volunteers in schools over the course of my children's academic career here. We've assembled today to encourage you to meet the governor's order to open schools March 1st or before, but to do it for all students that want to return to in-person learning. Selectively inviting small groups into schools is not what we expect or not what we need.
Finish up.
We've allowed you the time, we've paid our taxes, we've given you our votes to make the plans to get our kids into the schools with friends, teachers, and coaches to strive to be the best they can. Why haven't you done it? Thank you.
Can you just wipe the desk down real quick and just run a cloth across the desk for the next person? Thank you.
Got it.
Appreciate it.
Sure, thank you guys.
All right, thank you for being here. This is a family?
Yes.
Yes, we all sign up as individual speakers, but I'm mainly the one that's going to be speaking, and I'm
You're gonna
at
speak
3
for-
minutes and 5 seconds if I speak fast.
You're going to speak for all three?
speaking
But
for
your
all
family, I mean, we just have social distancing, and I want to make sure everybody understands.
family,
Your
yes.
family, okay. Maybe you two could sit and one just stand in the back. And can you state your name and
Thank you.
address for the record?
You can all sit.
Hi, I'm Bobby Crawford, 813 Cox Sawmill Road, Centerville. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to express basically how we feel of getting our kids back at school. Okay, I think it's imperative. I've been in law enforcement for 33 years. I currently work the midnight shift, and I'm seeing an uptick in family violence, emergency health issues with these adolescents. And I think it's something that we have to address now, or we're losing a generation. I want to defer everything to my wife now, so thank you.
My name's Teresa Crawford. You can call me Terry. My son Carson, we live at the same address as my husband. Do you want me to repeat it?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm here to tell you about the night of December 11th, 2020. It was the longest night of our lives, one I hope and pray never to repeat, nor for any other parent to experience. Thanks and glory be to God, there was a happy ending, which I know has not been for some children over the past of this year, school-age children. My heart goes out to every parent who has endured the loss of a child. I'm pretty sure we have all shared many of the same concerns and issues and trials and tribulations while raising our children. I think things came to a head that day when I finally checked the boys' grades. I said from the beginning of the pandemic that they would have to keep up on top of their schooling because it was too complicated for me to keep track of. They have always been self-motivated with mostly A's and B's, always good students, well-mannered with many compliments from many of their teachers. I told them I wouldn't be able to give them a hard time because I wouldn't be able to learn virtually either. I dropped many of class trying to do online in college. Kids screaming in the background, dogs barking, and construction going on while they're trying to be online with their teachers. However, I was appalled at the number of D's and E's that I saw. Needless to say, we came down on them. I missed the days when report cards were sent home, schools or teachers would call with an issue or problem or concern. I am not tech savvy, barely check my emails. I repel technology. Well, later in the day, Bob dealt with a different issue with Carson, took his phone and told him his lacrosse career was over because we thought that was our one piece of leverage at least, and sent him to his room. Around 6 p.m., it was discovered that Carson jumped out of his second-story bedroom window. I was working at a function about 50 minutes away. At the time, I wasn't overly concerned, thinking Carson was just mad or upset over getting grounded and would get tired and cold and make his way back home. When I was finally on my way home, Bob filled in the missing pieces. Carson wrote one sentence on a loose piece of paper that said, "I love you all." And there was a chopper and canines out looking for him. Needless to say, my ride home across the Bay Bridge was a blur through all the tears. The love and support from his friends and my friends was overwhelming. Holding vigil at our home, searching the woods, sharing on social media, and the prayers being said, a village came together. Relief was too great and exhaustion too overwhelming when he showed up at 3 a.m. The only thing we could do was hug him. After a brief discussion, one of the things Carson said was he just wants things to be normal, which we can all agree on. Although that seems to be a long ways away, as an adult, it's hard to remember how we thought and felt as a 15-year-old. Different operating school system, no high school sports, various other peer pressures and temptations. The common and frequent comment I heard was, "This does not seem like Carson. He's my extreme outgoing child with a ton of friends and always on the go, hunting, fishing, kayaking, boating, tubing, wrestling, lacrosse, snowboarding, and working." He said he misses school and said he can't believe he's saying that. Although they have played a couple of lacrosse and wrestling, yes, wrestling tournaments this summer, it is not the same as playing with your high school team and teammates, having a daily and weekly regimen of practice, matches, and games, waking up at the same time, getting to school before the bell rings, seeing your teachers and being held accountable because you're face-to-face with them, seeing your friends in class, in the hallway, at lunch. So this is my plea: open up the schools and reinstate sports. We are failing our kids. Now, I wrote this in December, and I realize there are steps in place, but this is what I'm asking today, to please stop dangling the carrot in front of them, only to rip it away time and time again. Let's work together as a village, as parents, as a school system.
Thank you.
And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
give us your name and address for the record?
Sorry, yes, my name is Jill Southworth Harley, and I live at 289 Wynot Court, Queenstown, Maryland. Like I stated, my name is Jill Harley. I have 3 daughters in the Queen Anne County school system. I have a senior and a freshman at the Queen Anne County High School and a 7th grader at Centerville Middle School. My request tonight is everyone, please do your best to get our students back in person in the classroom. I don't mean that. I'm not singling out anybody in the room. By that, I mean teachers, administrators, the board, parents, everyone. In preparation for tonight, I wanted to be as informed as I could be, so I reached out to several parents, teachers, administrators, even several members of the Queen Anne County Teachers Association. I read countless articles, watched several meetings of the Maryland State Education Association, and scoured the CDC and American Association of Pediatric websites, all trying to understand why the counties around us and in other parts of the state have been able to open to in-person learning, and we still have not. I manage clinical research trials for a living, so I try to follow the science. I'm sure all of you are aware of these articles that I'm going to point out, but just a couple that I found. The CDC Director, Rochelle Walensky, told reporters today in a White House briefing that there's increasing data to suggest the school can safely reopen, and that safe reopening does not suggest that teachers need to be vaccinated. In an article in the Washington Post dated 21 January 2020, the CDC finds scant spread of coronavirus in schools with precautions in place. The American Association of Pediatrics president said in a news release on January 5th, 2021, that children absolutely need to return to in-school learning for their healthy development and well-being. And so safety in schools and in the community must be our priority. We know that some children are really suffering without the support of in-person classroom experience or adequate technology at home. I then Googled COVID and teen mental health. The stories and articles were unbelievable to me. The number of suicides and increased anxiety and depression cases literally brought me to tears. I came back to the same place that I was before I started my research, that we are failing the children of Queen Anne County, and we all have to do our best. As I mentioned, I have 3 daughters who are in the Queen Anne County school system. They've lived their entire lives. While in school, they've played sports, played in the band, sang in musicals, held offices, etc., and all maintained a 4.0 GPA. I've always pushed my daughters to do their absolute best, even when they don't want to or it's hard or challenging. I mention this because I do not want my children to be anonymous students that are getting lost in whatever the issues are that are causing our schools not to reopen for in-person learning. After all my reading and research, again, I still came back to the same place. I cannot figure out what the issues are or why we do not have a date to go back to in-person learning. I cannot even begin to imagine having to navigate through what you all have had to do for the last year. But I'm asking you tonight to please do your best. Please work together with the health department, human resources, the teachers association, the community, the parents. We are all here to back you up, to help you come up with processes and a concrete plan to go back to in-person learning. Our children are suffering educationally, mentally, physically, and emotionally, and we owe it to them to do our best. So please, please, all of you, do your best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You just wait.
Oh, sure. The whole thing, or? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Give us your name and address just for the record.
Okay, my name is Andrea Whiteford, and I live at 107 East Goldfinch Lane here in Centerville. Okay to go?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay.
Have a seat.
I think I'll be quick.
Okay.
Again, my name is Andrea Whiteford. I have a daughter at Queen Anne's County High School and a son at Centerville Middle. I'm here to voice my support for the choice to have my children return to in-classroom learning no later than March 1st. Additionally, I would also like to emphasize how important it is for our high school athletes to get back on their respective playing fields in competition, not just practice. My daughter already lost her junior year of softball. It was for her a crucial time in college recruiting. Many high school athletes depend on their high school seasons to bolster that recruiting resume, and so many have spent years working towards a collegiate athletic career. Their high school seasons are very important in helping realize those dreams. As you already know, there are hundreds of reasons that playing sports benefits our kids, but that's just one I wanted to make sure you were aware of and was considered. I know there is a plan for some sort of fall sports season in place, but our athletic director at the high school told us in an email that spring sports may eventually follow, and spring athletes are the only ones who lost an entire season last year. I respectfully urge Queen Anne's County to join with the other counties in the Bayside Conference that have already made a plan to move forward with a spring sports schedule. I know it can successfully be done safely. I watched it all happen this summer and fall at the rec and on the travel ball circuit. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hi. Can you just state your name and address for the record?
Sure. It's Renee Petty, 366 Claiborne Fields Drive, Centerville, Maryland.
Thank you.
I had something prepared, and of course, as a busy mom, my phone died on the way here. So I will try not to skip around and ramble. I'm a mom of 3. 2 of my children are adults and moved out, so this doesn't really affect them much. But my littlest one is 11 and essentially is an only child. I will try not to get emotional.
Take your time.
I have watched him struggle a great deal, and I have to say the teachers that he has, I commend them. I get emails from his IEP specialist because he does have ADD. Upwards through the hours of midnight, we talk back and forth. They've been great. His teachers, their response time, I mean, they're doing what they can do, but I have to say that this is the most unfair situation for everyone to be in. Our children are not cut out for this. I mean, I'm happy to leave a 10, 11-year-old home alone by themselves and hope they don't burn the house down, not to sit behind a laptop and educate themselves. I've had to choose, fought really hard to get back into the work field as a hairdresser. We fought with Hogan up and down to get our salons open, and now I'm fighting to get the schools open. We knew going back to work that it would not be normal. It would be different, but we were prepared as a team of stylists in Anne Arundel County to do whatever we needed to do to jump through hoops. If it meant cleaning products out of pocket, we would do it. As a parent, I'll do whatever I have to do to help support our teachers because they have the gift of teaching. I don't. I'm a hairdresser. I am not a teacher. I am technically challenged most of the time. I find myself having them talk to me on the phone to walk me through things. I had to leave my job early last night, which is cutting into my business. I'm losing business. You're choosing your child who's home alone over your finances. And I had to come home last night because he was hysterical because he broke his laptop. These are just things, just a few things. I've watched not just my son, but other kids sort of just go into a bubble, staying in his room, not wanting to come out. It's what he's used to doing now. We tried everything from setting up an office space and making it a happy place to letting him hop around from room to room. I watched him for the first time after fighting so hard for him to get into school for small groups on January 28th. I saw him smile brighter than I had seen him smile even on Christmas Day. And this is a kid who didn't really love school, so I'm not going to act like he loved school to begin with, but he definitely knew, and he knows, and we know, our kids are missing something that teachers give them that we can't, and it's their education. They see them in a classroom and they can look at them and they can see he doesn't look like he's following me. He's struggling. I'm noticing something. And let me tell you, we have good teachers. I've gotten emails before COVID where they would say to me, I noticed Zane wandering off today. Is there anything going on? And it would click and I would send her a message back, what's going on? They relate to our children. They can see things that they can't see on a computer screen.
Ms. Penny, did he go back to school on the 28th?
He did on the 28th.
Okay. All right.
It was pretty amazing.
Okay.
Part-time?
Yeah.
Just as a protocol, this isn't a question and answer, and if you have any questions like that, I think you should set them to the principal or something, and we can follow up with your principal if somebody needs to be back in school.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carla, unless I miss it, is a Raleigh Wright that hasn't.
Raleigh.
Is he out there?
Check.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm assuming, just for distance purposes, you're related.
We are, yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
And can I name your just name and address?
Yep, my name is John McCreary, 1606 Dudley Corners Road, Millington, Maryland.
Gotcha.
And I'm his wife, Shelley McCreary.
I just wanted to come tonight and speak just briefly from a parent's perspective about getting the kids back in school. We have 3 daughters. One graduated last year. The other one is in high school now, and one is in 8th grade. And we felt that they've always been good students, but they've really struggled with virtual learning. That we've seen their grades drop, and it's been a real challenge for them in various reasons. Some students have done well, ours haven't. And we just feel that it's really important. I know that there's challenges to getting kids back in school, but I feel that those challenges can be met. It's important, I think, for their mental and their emotional health to get these kids back in school. We've seen other industries that have gone back to work, and including private schools. We actually have one of our daughters in private school now. We would love to have her back in the public school. She goes to high school next year, and we would love to see her back in Queen Anne's County High School. So I would just ask if you would make every effort to get our kids back in the school. And we appreciate the hard work that you all are doing to work toward that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did
Thank
you
you.
want to say
Appreciate your
anything?
time.
Are you going to say something? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Can you just give us your name and address for the record?
Kent Lang, Lang, 201 Tillman Neck Road, Centerville. Good evening. Thank you for your time. I come to you tonight from multiple angles. As a resident of Queen Anne's County for over the last 16 years, someone who has worked with youth in this county from adjudicated through valedictorians. Most of that time, someone who currently works in the death industry, a father of 2 current Queen Anne's County students, and a husband of Queen Anne's County teacher. I'm so frustrated with the citizens of this county and this board. Words cannot truly show the disgust that I have felt over the last year. As a supporter of the teachers of this county, I've watched over the years as this county has underpaid, undersupported, underfunded our teachers, yet continually expected more and more out of them. From the inability of this board to get the missing step in pay returned to longtime serving teachers from several years ago when the economy took a downturn, to having our county schools being some of the highest rated in the state of Maryland, but not paid at that level continuously, and our current climate of attitude towards our teachers and school staff, including things that I'm watching during this meeting tonight, to those that are watching it on TV, referring to the teachers as crybabies for wanting to be able to come back into the school safely. Now we come to the last year where we as the world had to rethink everything that we do and how we do it. At first, we could not give enough credit to the teachers and all that they do. people saying that whatever they are paid, it's not enough. And I don't know how they're able to do anything with a full class of kids. I can barely handle my own. The citizens and members of this board now have turned their backs on teachers and school staff, and now they call them entitled, lazy, and say they don't want to do their jobs. Let me inform you of what a current entitled, lazy teacher's day looks like. It usually seems to start around 5 a.m. with many of those days starting in front of a computer, doing reports, lesson plans, and responding to emails from the night before. This lazy teacher then starts teaching from home after getting her own kids started for their classes that she is not able to interact with. These days continue with an abbreviated lunchtime into the afternoon. Usually there's a brief pause in the work being done for dinner, and in return to computer time to work on more reports, lesson plans, and emails until late into the evening. That day is only in slight contrast to the normal in-classroom day that usually starts between 7 and 7:30 and ends sometime after 4:30, only for more lesson plans, emails, and reports in the evening when she gets home. So if that is what is described as lazy, I don't want my wife to be anything more than a teacher then. I would never see her again. Yes, teachers are entitled. They're entitled to go back into the safe work environment. It's part of the contract that's been agreed upon by them and this board. So for all the plans to continue on this crash course of unsafe environments because people are frustrated does not meet what teachers, staff, and every person wants, a safe work environment. But there's been a sudden shift. Now the things metrics suddenly don't mean anything. So please forgive our teachers for being confused as to why for the longest time.
The buzzer's going off, just wrap it up.
That metrics mattered, numbers mattered, and suddenly our governor has spoken that they don't matter, and that is a problem. There's touting of the ability of teachers to be vaccinated by the time schools reopen, when in fact, no. They will not be fully vaccinated by the timelines that this board has been pushing. The system is not allowed.
Thanks, Mr. Lang. We got
to move this
fair
on.
to
And
everybody.
Okay.
if you give me a copy, I'll be happy to post it on the website.
Please, I will send this as a copy, and if the board can also clarify when they respond to emails and how that procedure works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is that empty? Can you check and see if that's empty?
It's pretty empty.
All right. All right, have a seat.
Can you just give us name and the address for the record?
Jamie Taylor, 106 Harford Road, Stevensville, Maryland.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jamie Taylor, and just to give a little background, not as an expert, but from firsthand experience, I am a fireman for the District of Columbia on the busiest truck company in the city. We run a ton of medicals, and over the past year, many have involved positive cases of COVID. And because of very simple precautions, very simple, that we utilize, and our kids and teachers can certainly utilize, masks, hand washing, social distancing, we have had very few positive cases. Like I said, I'm not an expert, but there are plenty of them out there that back what I witnessed. We can and should have our children in school. I am the father of two beautiful daughters, a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old, who are in desperate need of some normalcy in their life when it comes to school. Social interaction with peers and in-person learning are critical for development in our children, and virtual learning is not cutting it. I never thought I would see mental instability with my children, who have always been so mentally strong, and all due to the fact that poor decisions are being made by this county based off of what? Science that proves otherwise. No, a matrix that was put in place before most of the science that we all now know about was out. Everyone, and I mean everyone, says our kids should be in school, with the exception of the teachers union, supported by Dr. Kane. I believe most of the teachers have good intentions and want to get back to in-person learning. Those who don't want to go back, that don't have medical conditions that prevent them from going back, it's time for them to go. Fire them, get rid of them. Our children cannot be held hostage any longer, and this board needs to act. Enough is enough. Let's get back to in-person learning all day, not part of the day, and certainly not virtually. Last, let me remind this very board that that I stand in front of. The people spoke very loudly Election Day with the two new members of the board in the direction that the people want the county to go moving forward. If you don't act now and get our kids back in school, we will act on the next Election Day. Thank you for your time and have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Could you wipe that down? We've got a new box for you, right behind you. Right behind you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello. Good evening.
Speak your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. And if you don't mind, I'm going to put my glasses on and
Take
take
your time.
my...
Take your mask on.
Otherwise, they fog up and I can't see. For the record, my name is Stephanie Anthony, a resident of Queen Anne's County. Good evening, Dr. Kane and members of the Board of Ed, and more important to the public watching and the long line of parents that signed up to speak tonight, because they are the real reason for me being here. It's amazing to see how many people are tuning into these Board of Ed meetings now, isn't it? I hope this enthusiasm continues as we move past COVID. I apologize for reading from my paper, but I am a fairly passionate person and don't want to get myself off task, so I'm going to stick to my script. I speak tonight with several perspectives. As a resident, taxpayer, registered and active voter, member of a family of a long line of Queen Anne's graduates, mother of 2 school-age kids in the county, secretary of the Teachers Union, 3rd grade teacher at Kennard Elementary, and an educator for over 17 years. I am surrounded by students and parents of this county every day. To say I am invested in the county and my job would be a complete understatement. During this pandemic, I have worked harder and longer hours than I ever have before in my 17 years of teaching. So you can understand why it is infuriating to read petitions and blogs and group pages that say otherwise. It is agonizing to hear parents, elected officials, and community members speaking so negatively about a profession that I love. Speaking of agonizing, agony was a vocabulary word for my 3rd graders this week while we were reading Greek mythology, just to confirm that we are not lowering the bar and we are in fact teaching. There are a lot of things that I teach my 8-year-old students, like how to find what they're passionate about and to never let anyone dull their sparkle. This is a very hard lesson to teach them right now. You know why? Because while I'm teaching them to fly, the community around me is shooting me down mid-flight. Another hard lesson lately seems to be differentiating between fact and opinion. We teach kids to distinguish among fact and opinion with reasoned judgment. Our students grasp it, but it seems that adults still struggle with this. So here's a little mini lesson. A fact is a statement that can be proven. An opinion is an expression of a person's feelings. Let me model some examples here. It is a fact that students learn best in the classroom. We have more resources and can attend to specific student needs better that way. It is an opinion and quite frankly offensive to say that students are not learning virtually and have not had an education during this pandemic. Virtual learning has improved since its inception last fall and continues to improve every day if we embrace it. And when I say embrace, I mean by the child, the teacher, and the parent. It is a fact that there are not enough buses, classroom square footage to social distance the entire student population on a single day. This is the fact that drives the hybrid model. It is an opinion that the hybrid model is not good enough. It is a fact that there are health and safety sections in our contract. I challenge you to find a contract that does not have such sections. It is an opinion that teachers do not want to be back. I want to be back. Perhaps the biggest fact is that we are short-staffed. It is an opinion, and just completely baffles me to believe that this is an easy solution. Mrs. Bass is working tirelessly to fill positions, and can you really blame people for not wanting to be teachers right now? In summary, by all means, hold your opinions. You are entitled to them, but the decision to return to a full regular day of school right now goes against logistics and capability. How about more people start offering some obtainable solutions? And please, while battling these decisions out, stop demoralizing my profession in the process. Here's my offered solution. Parents who want their kids back sooner should go to queenannescountypublicschools.org and sign up to be a substitute. Help Mrs. Bass fill those empty positions, or apply to be a full-time teacher. But remember, not just anyone can do that, because teaching is a prestigious job that requires a degree of study, so you may not hold the qualifications to do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi.
Hi,
State your name and address for the record.
Ann Neese, 350 Kidball Avenue, Centerville.
Thank you.
I'm here tonight for 3 reasons: to make a clarification, to make a request, and to give a thank you. First, let me start with my thank you. Thank you to all of my teachers and staff who are listening in this county, my colleagues who have been working tirelessly through this new time in history when we have literally invented and adapted to an entirely new way of teaching. Thank you to the parents, grandparents, and families who have embraced us and supported us in this new normal, and who have helped us and uplifted us as educators. You've helped us to reach and teach your children. Thank you most of all to the kids who've shown up every day and risen to the occasion. You will go down in history as some of the most determined, strongest, and most empathetic kids that have ever lived. Next, I'd like to make some clarifications. I want to clarify some gross misconceptions about education and teaching. Let me be clear. Teachers want to be in the building with our kids. Make no mistake about it. That's why we chose this profession. We simply want to be safe. Let me be clear, safe for us, our students' families, and our families. And 2, teaching and learning have been happening since August. Kids have been learning and excelling since the very first day of school. Education most certainly has been happening. Finally, my requests to you board members and to you, Dr. Kane, please open our buildings safely. Please help us to get fully vaccinated if we choose to do so. And my second request is to everyone listening tonight. The request is for unity. We need to come together in support of our entire community, including our educators. I almost didn't come speak tonight because I felt so defeated, but something made me come, and I'm grateful I did. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's right, this is the last one I have.
Hello.
Good evening.
I'm just going to read from here.
Okay, can you give us just your name and address just for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sean Bevins. I live at 1700 Perry's Corner Road.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. So I think the first thing I want to discuss is, can kids return safely to school? And this is yes, according to the CDC and dozens of studies that are here and abroad, kids not only have returned safely to school in certain areas, but they can, right? And they should continue to. And in fact, if you listen to the experts, it's in their best interest. As early as July, the director of the CDC was testifying before Congress that the number one greatest risk to our kids was not COVID. It was the backlash or the not being in school and not receiving the services and all the other things that school is, not just the academics, but the social interactions and also the services that are provided to these kids. And, you know, I also think for parents who are not comfortable, they have an option. They do not have to send their kids. They can do virtual. I homeschooled my kids for many years. In fact, my oldest I homeschooled through 9th grade. That is their right in this county. So the next question is there a significant benefit to having them going back to school? Absolutely. And I don't think that is even in debate here. Virtual is failing. I have 4 children, 4 teenagers. 2 of them are suffering academically. They were straight A students, okay? They cannot learn virtually. Okay, one of my sons has ADHD. My daughter does not have ADHD, but she has a very hard time connecting online. This is serious for them. And I think that it's not just my children. We see this everywhere, that it's not just the academics. These kids are suffering. They are being isolated socially. I'm going to tell you a story. I'm a physical therapist. There's a disease out there called rickets. this. If during a developmental period you were denied access to vitamin D, guess what? You will have a permanent deformity in your shins for the rest of your life, no matter how much vitamin D you get later in your life. Some of these kids are at developmental milestones. This is a science experiment. We do not know what we are doing to these kids' mental health. I have a daughter who I have watched her wither and basically go into a deep depression. I worry about her well-being every single day. She does not understand why she cannot go into the school system. She does not understand. This is the number one biggest threat to our kids. So I think that that's indisputable. Is it safe for the staff? Absolutely. That's what all these studies are showing. Studies as early as October have been coming out from across the world. They've looked at communities where people have gone back. They are safe. There is no increased risk, okay? There is no increased risk from going to the mall, from going to your kids' games. They are just as safe in the school system. I'm a physical therapist. I've been working since March. I work with dozens of patients every day in close contact. I touch them. They sweat. We don't have extra support staff. We don't have anything but a mask, and we have our hand washing, and if we like, we can wear goggles, and we have somehow all managed to stay healthy. Firefighters, okay? Grocery store workers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Finish your sentence.
I'm sorry?
Do you want to finish your
You
sentence?
can finish up. You can finish up. You got
Just basically that, you know, if you look in the community, all these other businesses are able to open back up. And I think that the risk for opening schools has been really overstated, and that we've underestimated the detriment or the negativity that's happening to our kids. And I think it's really important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's the end of our speakers that have signed up. I do have about a half a dozen letters that were submitted that we will post on our website for that. And also the gentleman in here, they couldn't finish, I have that too. So I'll have that posted tomorrow. Thank you, and thank you everybody for speaking this evening. Okay, our next thing will be presentations.
Take a break. Are you okay? Your call.
How long is the budget in athletics? I mean,
All of that together is going to be probably about an hour.
okay, let's take about a 10-minute break then, if you'd like to. We'll take a 10-minute break. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, we're taking a 10-minute break.
I didn't see you sitting there.
You came in on me.
Very quiet.
That was her test, yes.
Mask.
Sorry.
Slid right in there. And calendars.
Yeah, all right.
Because we had an hour and a half
appreciate it.
before, and then we had an hour and a half at 9 o'clock. So, yeah, that was long as well. Thank you, my dear.
Good evening.
Okay, welcome back to the Queen Anne's County School Board meeting. Our next item would be district calendar. Dr. Kane?
Yes, thank you so very much. And we have Mrs. Forbes here to talk with us about the district calendar. We're going to present to you two versions. She's going to explain that. And when we get to the action items later on in the board meeting, we will be asking for approval of one or the other.
Let me just bring up one thing.
Yes.
And I can ask this question later, but this is the first I've seen of it, last week. Doesn't this go out to the public for a while to look at, or? I mean, you're asking, I saw it was as an action item later, but wouldn't this want to go to at least the public see it, PTAs and other people?
So we did get some feedback for this calendar, I believe, last year when we did, yes, I see Ms. Bass shaking her head. We did get some feedback for it, and it's a community. It's not community, but we got a couple people from the community, some teachers and other people in the district that contribute to this calendar from the calendar committee.
So, I ask this question later, but it's not necessarily we have to act on this tonight. We can wait till the next meeting.
We are not compelled to vote on that tonight. If it is your desire not to wait, certainly we can wait.
It won't be mine, it can be the board's.
And when I say you, I mean plural.
Thank you. Gotcha.
Thank you, Mrs. Forbes.
Well, good evening, President Smith, Dr. Kane, members of the school board, and the executive team. Again, my name is Julie Forbes, Supervisor of Accountability, Assessment, and Data Management, and I'm also a member of the Calendar Committee. The Calendar Committee began meeting to review these calendars last spring. The calendar committee is comprised of, we have one teacher, 3 support staff, 3 administrators, and the director of human resources. We reconvened again this year. Throughout the year, we receive feedback from families, from staff members, and so we try to take that feedback into account during our discussions as we develop the calendars, and that feedback was incorporated into these versions. So the versions are fairly similar. They both take into account, there are 3 inclement weather days that are built in, which follows what we have stated in our new calendar regulation. So you can see that piece, and of course, if those days aren't needed, we'd be able to change the last day of school and take it back 3 days on both versions. And so I'll just start by walking through version 1. So since Labor Day, following the regulation that was passed last spring, the date of Labor Day determines if we start school before or after Labor Day. And so since Labor Day falls on the 6th, the first day of school comes before that. So a change this year on the proposed calendar drafts includes a early dismissal day on Friday, September 3rd. The reason for that, and that's before the Labor Day weekend, was again feedback received oftentimes just due to traffic issues that families and staff were encountering. So we incorporated that possibility of that early dismissal day that is different. And if you proceed through the calendar, we have the built-in professional development days. We do have the 5 teacher days in August, and that's typically what we do. There's 1 professional development day on Friday, October 15th. And that also, I believe, allows staff the option to possibly attend the MSEA convention, which is a convention for educators. The early dismissal days have kind of followed our typical pattern for parent conferences, grading, and you can really see that described over here. There's the break for Thanksgiving, November 24th through the 26th. On version 1, the December break starts on December 23rd. And the last day is, last school day is the 31st, with students returning on January 3rd. And then you can kind of continue to proceed and see that semester, the last day of the semester is January 21st. Followed by the 2 professional development days on Monday and Tuesday. We did receive feedback from the community that it's nice when we can have those professional development days attached to the weekend because it allows families and students a bit of a break. So we were happy we were able to, the days worked out. Sometimes the calendar's not always so kind because we have to balance the days, but it worked out well this year. Just proceeding, the days in blue are those holidays. And then one thing that is different this year, so typically for the spring break around Easter, the Friday before and the Monday after are always holidays, and that follows Comar. We did add in the 14th, which is Thursday. And again,
that was really, again, based on feedback we've continued to receive, particularly from families, just asking if there's possibility to have a little more time off with their families together, to be able to plan things or just have time together. And that takes us to, with the 3 inclement days built in, the last day of school being June 9th. And of course, if we didn't need those 3 days, the last day would be Monday, June 6th. Does anyone have any questions on that before I proceed to the second version?
On half days, is this just like the number of half days we do every year?
The number is the same with the addition of that Friday before Labor Day that is new.
That's one extra half day.
That's one extra half
But
day.
usually we have this many half days built into the calendar.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep, and if you then check the days, it's usually for, again, at the report card times, parent conferences, those kind of things are typically how they're built in. Okay, and then I'll just switch to version 2. So it's pretty similar. There's really the big differences are the addition of a few extra days, which of course, if we add in those days of no school, then it does prolong that last day of school. So of course, that's one of the conversations to be had. But again, very similar to the previous calendar, only October 14th becomes that professional development day, and then Friday becomes a holiday, which then would give students that 4-day weekend. Those professional development days, staff still report, and those are professional development days. Friday they would not, and again would allow the possibility for people to attend the MSEA convention if it's offered. And so you can see those things. There's also an addition of a day in December, of December 22nd. So, but as you can see, following the dates, it does change some of the semester days a bit. It basically pushes the end of the semester down a week. It does still allow those professional development days for staff on that Monday and Tuesday. So now it's Monday, January 31st, and Tuesday, February 1st. So again, it is attached to that weekend, which again is nice for families. Staff is still reporting. Thursday, the February 14th is still there, and it does push that last day of school though. So that is that big difference. So that would bring the last day of school to June 13th, which is a Monday. And in the event we did not need those inclement weather days, it would be Wednesday, June 8th.
Any questions by the board?
I have a question. Could we do a mesh of these? I mean, because there's some modifications that could happen and still get out June 9th and keep the Easter week, the 11th through the 18th, the same. I mean, I just see.
What's your suggestion?
I just know families. You have like the Friday, the 29th off over here, and then you have them off here, but yet here you have them the 5th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. It's continuity over a weekend, long weekend for a family, rather than splitting them up here, a day here and a day there. That's all I'm recommending. Easter week is great. I mean, the 11th through the 15th, and then, of course, the Monday, which is mandated by the federal government. They have to have off that Friday and Monday before and after the Easter holiday. I just think you can mesh these and still be able to get out by June 9th. That's just I'm just bringing it up. Trying to make it friendly for teachers, and staff that want to be able to go away with their families.
Yeah, and were you referring to the dates in November, those when you were talking?
Right.
So I think the day on the October 29th, that date is chosen because that corresponds to the last day of the first quarter. So that's why it breaks it up a tiny bit. And I think on the other calendar, it was nice because it was back to back, but the quarter and the semester dates did differ a little bit.
Instead of having it on the 29th, make it the 5th, take away the 14th, you would still be out by June, and take out the 22nd, you would still be done by June 9th.
But you will have added too many days in the first.
I see what you mean.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. This is why I'm not on the committee.
I'm just,
Let's just rearrange it. We all have off.
we try to keep some continuity with the number of days in each marking period so that you don't have 60 in one marking period and 40 in another and, that kind of thing.
But the big bemoan every year, February and March. There's only one day off each month, and that's been since time began in public school.
It's just the nature of the way the calendar goes with
Those
school.
are the 2 longest months, besides waiting for June to be over.
And this does take into consideration what parents ask for, because if you notice, we never had that half a day in September before Labor Day, but families take it off anyway. So rather than lose one of the 180 days that students need to be in school, the committee suggests that we make it a half a day so families can get started early, if that's their choice. Other questions?
How long has it been posted? Is this on our website?
This is on the website
These 2
right now?
versions?
These 2 versions, I believe, Mrs. Wright could probably correct me. Has it been about a week they've been posted on I know they've been on the board docs, they've been posted.
You'll have to ask Jeff if they're on the website.
Just on board docs.
So the general public has no access to them yet? They could look on our board.
If they went into board docs,
If they went into board docs,
but not
but
from
if
the
they look,
website.
I mean, if I was a parent, I'd look at board doc, not board docs, I'd look at the website, I'd look at calendars and see, here's proposed, that's where I would be. But, okay, that's my question. Any other questions by the board?
Thank you, Ms. Forbes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We switched the order, so we're going to do the athletics. Yes. So as Ms. Forbes tidies up here, thank you so very much. We're going to have our 2 athletic directors, Mr. David Wagner from Queen Anne's County High School, Mr. Dan Harding from Kent Island High School, speak with us a bit about athletics, which I'm sure will be a big relief for a lot of people. They've been working hard at it.
All right. Well, thank you. Good evening, President Smith, Dr. Kane, executive team members, and board members. For the record, my name is Dan Harding. I'm the assistant principal and athletic director at Kent Island High School. And to my left is Dave Wagner, who is a teacher and athletic director at Queen Anne's County High School. As Ms. Poland tries to bring our slides up here. All right. So we're going to go through, we're going to answer any questions you have, but we hope to be bringing some good news, provided we can get this going. So let's see. That's great. There we go. Oh. All right. Yep, good. So we're here to provide an update on the plans, and we've actually been updating plans quite frequently. So hopefully for the return of fall and spring athletics within Queen Anne's County Public Schools. So just real quickly, we have been successful going back. That's actually not on the slide, but we were successful in conditioning our athletes in non-sport specific stuff back in July and August, and we're also able to bring back our plan was to bring back fall, winter, and spring athletes for sports specific training. We got through the fall, and then the COVID numbers got so much that we went back virtual, and we've been in really constant planning since. So. The good news is, as we'll go forward here, while the Bayside Athletic Conference ran out of time and we did have to cancel the winter sports, we believe strongly, as you'll see here, that we're going to be able to bring back both fall and spring athletics very shortly. So just a reminder, because we've gotten a lot of questions about this, the MPSSAA and the Maryland Department of Education define our sports seasons, and so we play within them. So those that were upset, as we were, that winter athletics were canceled, we simply just ran out of time. However, the Bayside Conference, and we'll get to this now, does believe that we're able to offer fall and spring sports, looking at a regional competition season so that we're staying nice and close to home as we're about contact tracing and things like that, as well as travel time, and that if we can, we would look to offer a possible Bayside championship in whatever sports we could going forward.
So far, we've got a couple key dates that we want to make sure families are aware of. To start, we are looking to begin fall season practices on February 13th. Registration has been open for a few months now, so we have been encouraging families weekly to make sure that they're registered online and that they have physical evaluation forms that are current for a year. If you have questions, and we've gotten many of them, please continue to send them to us and we'd be happy to confirm your information for you. With a 2/13 start, the state requires 20 calendar days of practice to ensure that athletes are in good physical condition for safe competition. 20 calendar days from there brings us to March 5th, which is a Friday. The Bayside Conference has some draft schedules that we're working on right now to make sure that there are many variables that we need to account for, things like weather, officials to adjudicate games, all kinds of different, there are many organizations that need to come together. So we're looking at that March 5th as the first start of that date, and we'll be, publishing schedules from there. This season then would end come April 17th, and then we would also be changing over to the spring season on that date. What works really well right now is because we're kind of looking at a few fewer games than normal, just to keep it local within the North Bayside, that we think that transition should be fairly smooth. And then we get a pretty full spring season in, and then we'll look at the last date ending on June 19th. Typically, sports have to end before graduation, but the state has provided us a waiver to continue past that date, especially this addresses making sure that seniors have a strong last season. So to look at the fall season, like we said, we're hoping to start on 2/13 with practices and tryouts. 2/13 is a Saturday, which is kind of unconventional, but it's the state's date, so we're going to roll with it. It actually works in our favor in a lot of ways. From there, like we said, 20 calendar days and games, to begin on March 5th. We plan as an athletic team and a county to have weekly meetings to monitor conditions. This includes things like weather and field conditions with Parks and Rec, which, if we look outside today, would be pretty tricky to get soccer going. Golf as well, but also to look at metrics in the area and to make sure that we're working with our officials and with transportation. Like we said, a lot of variables need to come together pretty quickly. For the spring season, it's essentially a repeat, same kind of process where we'd have a 20 calendar days of practice with pending a successful fall season. I think it might be more likely that the state would decide for a statewide championship tournament, but of course it's hard to see more than a month ahead right now, let alone a whole season. But the Bayside hopes to provide some kind of championship game in each sport to give the teams that more authentic competitive feel.
So we wanted to put this in there as well. I guess we had to turn this in on Friday, and then shortly after we did, actually early this week, the Bayside Athletic Conference, along with the Eastern Shore Superintendents, which was very, very nice to have that cooperation, sent out a statement saying that the Bayside Athletic Conference would be able to provide a fall competition season. So that triggered a meeting of athletic supervisors in the Bayside, where we met in part to adjudicate all the necessary components for a safe and efficient return of athletics, and that was difficult. But we believe from Kent County all the way down to Somerset, we have something in place that'll work well. In the event, though, and really the whole goal of this is student engagement. So yes, we love competition. Yes, we want kids, competing at high levels, and there's importance there. But this slide speaks to the biggest importance, and what we think the community is crying out for is absolutely getting these kids back engaged safely. And throughout the conference and in Queen Anne's County, we believe we'll be able to do this. We put this out here just so that the community knows that if for some reason we have to back away from a traditional competition transition season due to whatever, we already have plans in place, and we would look to finalize those to provide in-person conditioning, in-person skill-based training, open gyms, intramural scrimmages in county, because we really don't want to see our student athletes or any of our students disengaged any more than they need to be. So know that's there, and that's kind of what we wanted to bring up here with this slide. Go ahead.
Real quick, one of the key things we've heard from parents this evening and kind of consistently throughout this is the idea of that carrot that we never quite get to, that kids are chasing that carrot, but they never actually achieve it. What Mr. Harding and I and Ms. Pullen wanted to create was a plan that unless circumstances change dramatically, that we have some definite plan for student engagement. If that means that the variables outside our control limit some of those aspects, that's fine, but we wanted to have a plan that we could do something to get kids in person, safe, and social, just kind of looking at their overall well-being.
So really probably the biggest hurdle for many of our student athletes currently, and we've talked about this countless times, is their eligibility. So first semester just ended, second semester has begun, and typically we would use first semester eligibility requirements to determine whether or not they'd be eligible to play. This would be the spring. We have a proposal that we'd like to present, which would be a slight adjustment, actually identical to the adjustment that we requested back when we were looking at bringing winter sports, where instead of the eligibility being the end of the semester, it actually works out potentially well that our next quarter report period falls on March 5th. March 5th happens to be the first day of games could be played. So we would ask, we are proposing two slight adjustments to our eligibility policy, which are highlighted. The first one is that as the GPAs be considered as of March 5th, 2021. So any athlete that's eligible on that date would be eligible to begin playing. They would have already had to make the team if there were tryouts, and they would have been practicing with the team all along. Our goal there, going back to student engagement. So you get a student excited about athletics. Perhaps their grades weren't the best to begin with, but now hopefully they're improving that. On March 5th, if they have a 2.0 or greater, they're suited up, they're on the team, they can play in a game that night if we have one. That would be our plan. The other adjustment, which would be an adjustment to our policy, is if that student athlete is not eligible on March 5th, they would not be able to compete. And we feel pretty strongly about that. There needs to be a level of performance in the classroom for you to represent Queen Anne's County Public Schools on the field or court. Though, if you weren't able to make it, due to our desire to engage every athlete, we would ask that it be considered to allow that athlete to continue to practice with the team, perhaps providing one of the few structures they have of normalcy in their day. They would not, though, compete on the team. They would never play in a game, but they would at least be able to practice. So that's the proposal. Again, a slight adjustment, but we think that would tremendously help out our struggling student athletes and just students in general.
Is that proposal clear? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So this is something that I think the board would be an action item, I think is what that's called?
No, that's Reg, that's us.
Okay, cool.
And then really, we're here to answer any questions you have. We're excited, and we just hope that nothing's going to stop us from being able to get up and go.
Thank you. It is pretty exciting. I do have one question about your proposed COVID-19 virtual learning eligibility. Is that March 5th? Is that going to be enough time for some of the kids to have turned their grades around?
We think so. Okay. So the way that eligibility works, it's based on your current GPA. So because the semester has just reset, they are actively working right now through March 5th to fix that GPA. So we're hoping that by saying tonight and by dangling this carrot in front, well, I shouldn't use the phrase we're trying to avoid. Yes, thank you everyone for nodding along. But to encourage them to start today to improve their GPA, that they have plenty of chance. The nice thing that Mr. Harding, I don't know if he mentioned, I might have missed it, come March 5th, that's a typical reporting period. So student athletes are very much used to that amount of time in recouping grades. And then actually the next progress report is the start of the spring season. It might be 2020 finally leaving in 2021 having something work out, that they align the start of the spring season and the next progress report. So it would mean that come 3-5, you either are eligible to be in competitions or you're not, with the next opportunity, the start of the spring season.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And Dr. Kane, you can grant that waiver or whatever is necessary for that.
Absolutely.
Okay. The other thing, when we have games and stuff, what will we do about parents attending, anybody else? Is there a limit or how?
Yes, that's a great question.
I mean, at our facility, I don't need to address Talbot County or.
Correct.
What will we do? Let's say we have a football game or a lacrosse game or a girls soccer game. What will be what will our parents be able to, or what will our students be able to do?
There are currently 2 models that the Bayside schools are looking at, and we're trying to, with the rate at which things are doing, we're trying to work together and have consistency, just as the superintendents across the Bayside have. There's a lot to explore, and as metrics and guidelines change, it depends on kind of what we're permitted to do. So we're looking at a couple different models, but we don't necessarily have a concrete answer right now.
But you're looking at some level, depending on the numbers and what happens, parents, an athlete could have 2 passes or 3, whatever it warrants that. Now, will any of these things be on the local television station for people? I mean, I know one time we had talked about.
Yeah, it's a great question. So I was going to say, in addition, I think what parents and what coaches and athletes are saying across the Bayside, but in this county, I hear all the time, is if no fans are permitted, but it allows the kids to get back up and going, they would do that. However, if parents could watch their kids, that's the greatest preference. In addition, though, we have in both stadiums and both gyms the Pixelot cameras that are. Kent Island High School has a little bit of work to do with their stadium camera. We had some construction work, and we're getting that back online hopefully this week. But we believe they'll be up and running, functioning. So it's a subscription base, relatively inexpensive, that parents could watch. And the nice thing there is when you subscribe, you could watch every contest occurring at either one of those events, actually in the county, with that subscription. So, I'd love to have grandma and grandpa and all the student section, but they would be able to watch on those cameras, and hopefully, if we can safely do it, we would allow 2 adults or per kid in.
So the live streaming, whatever you want to call it, is available, or will be available.
Yes.
And you'll give that access to our.
Yes, it's through the National Federation High School Sports Network, so it's a nationwide network. They do great work, and we just tell them what our schedule is, and they turn it on.
And then our local public can find out how to log into that.
Yes.
We'll make sure that we communicate that.
But that's a subsubscription.
Yes.
And what does that cost? Do you know?
I don't off the top of my head. I can get it for you.
Okay.
There's an annual one that comes down to less than $10 a month, and I think the monthly might be $9.99 or $10.99. So, but again, that could get you any event occurring in the NFHS networks. If you're a high school sports fan, you could
It's $5 or $10 to get into a football game or something now. So that would be.
It's comparable. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not changing.
Yeah, and that's for the whole season. So that $10 would be right. That's admission to 2 people into 1 football game, or the whole month's worth of digital or
So
video.
it's very reasonable.
Yeah, we believe so.
How was the sign up so far? You said you'd opened it up a couple weeks ago.
It's it's a little tricky. We have a lot of parents that are signing up twice because they signed up before, and there's a lot of confusion, which is why we again would like to say we're happy to confirm registration with anybody. Last time I checked our numbers, including some doubles, we had well over 250 registrants. Compared to normal fall seasons, we are looking at usually upper 300, sometimes lower 4s. So it's definitely down. There hasn't been a rush to get registered. We've talked about athletics for a long time without actually getting it started. So we've seen a major uptick. But I think, just considering everything that's happening, it would be expected that it would be lower than normal.
Well, now that you have a good solid date, something's going to happen. I think that.
That's what we're here to do.
I mean, before, I'll sign up, but I don't know. Rug comes out from underneath of you. Now it looks like there's a solid plan. It looks like it will happen.
It's time to get up and go. Yeah, we're ready to do it.
So can I ask a real quick question? So, and I think we brought this up in the fall, the teams that come here, their spectators can't come as well.
There has not been much discussion of away spectators attending
Other schools.
other schools.
I'm sure there will be, though.
The
I mean, if we're
biggest.
not allowing our own families to come.
Absolutely. If anything, it seems like most schools are leaning towards home spectators only, if anyone. Those are kind of there are a couple models that are being discussed right now.
Contact tracing becomes the biggest concern. If
Correct.
Look, I think Dave and I would agree, and I think the principals at each school, we can easily handle a couple hundred at every event and keep them spaced out. But it becomes a nightmare if one of those reports having COVID and you have to contact trace for all those. It becomes very, very difficult, and then it would then potentially hold up your next contest if you can't get through all those. So, as much as we'd like to have as many that we could safely put in, if it's putting our next game in jeopardy, it's just not worth it. But if we can get a couple of parents in, then I say we do it.
But our priority, we would monitor our home games with our parents. Away games would probably be the other team's responsibility, and that's something probably we wouldn't do travel parents.
Correct. And we would just communicate with our parents that, look, watch it on the Pixelot cameras,
And more schools are starting to adopt them, especially in light of what's happening now. We happen to be well placed because we decided we wanted these in advance of it, and now we are especially prepared.
I have a question. So in the fall or the summer when we were doing conditioning, they were outside, they were spaced. What is it going to look like now? You got snow on the ground. You can't push the sleds for football. You can't get in the weight room. You can't play field hockey. So what's it
So that's a great question. So the good news is today at about 1 o'clock, when I went out to Ken Island Stadium, that the snow had, it was there when I arrived in the morning and it was gone by then. So we're going to have to use our stadiums heavily for practice. We are going to use our practice grass fields as much as possible. But one of the things we're not going to be able to do is bring athletes, if they're scheduled to be outside, inside like we used to be able to do. So there will likely be or potentially be more cancellations of practices. But our hope is we're going to do the best we can. We're going to communicate like we can. And if practice is canceled today, our hope is that we can get it in tomorrow. But our goal is going to be, our Park and Rec department was very helpful this morning in giving us a little more weekly turf time than we normally would get, which we hope will allow us to put more teams on it for practice. But it could be, and that once games start on March 5th, due to the number of games in the stadium, which take precedent over practice, it could be that we have a number of canceled practices, but then hopefully you're going to have 2 or 3 games or let's say 2 games that week. And parents and student athletes, the ones I talk to and the ones that live in my house, are happy with anything that is getting back to normal.
Mr. Canceled practices doesn't affect that 20 required? Okay.
Well, that's a great question. It doesn't really. It's 20 calendar days, and you make your best attempt to get them ready. However, I would say for the safety and health of our student athletes, if we got a blizzard, let's say next week, we'd have to look at saying, hey, March 5th, we're not going to start games. We're going to start on March 12th to give one more week of practice. And I would tell you that a group of athletic directors that are used to planning things months and years in advance, we now are much, we're well equipped at planning things days or hours in advance. And the state helped out quite a bit with some waivers, allowing us to schedule and reschedule games after the season starts. So I think we're well equipped, and I think they're going to just know that we're doing the best we can. But if there's snow in the fields, we're canceling practice and kids are going home. And now the coaches could also revert to a little bit of virtual. If you want to do some chalk talk and do it virtually and talk about the next game tomorrow. Hey, practice got canceled, but maybe you can run on the Cross Island Trail for a mile, go home. We're going to talk about the game tomorrow, and then we play. Stuff like that. So it'll be different. But I think once spring comes around, as long as the weather cooperates, we're back to hopefully operating just as normal. But fall's going to be interesting.
So, Mr. Harding, how about using some of the county grounds? If we can't get on our own, if Mowbray Park or, Graysonville or Centerville, use some of the other schools' grounds areas. Don't limit ourselves, have to think outside the box.
Yep. So beginning tomorrow, we're going to be we always work closely with Park and Recs, but we are working even closer to ensure we're not going to disrupt or endanger our fields for future. But if any creative idea, including someone from Park and Recs had a good idea that at Bats Neck, there's that roller skating rink.
Yes.
Could that be used for soccer? Well, I don't know. I haven't thought about it before, but I bet it could. So.
Gentlemen, how about the swim team?
Great question.
Is it in or no?
So winter was canceled for competition.
Okay, so that included that. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Dan and I have been very fortunate to have a great coaching staff, great administrative team, athletic trainers, everyone kind of coming together to think outside the box for getting sports started outdoors in February. It's a lot of factors to bring together that normally we don't have outdoor sports this time of year because of them. So it's going to be creative, it's going to be different, but we think we have solid plans in place to re-engage our athletes, and the community night has made it clear that that's what they're looking for. So we hope we can live up to it.
This condensed thing, like you said, weather's going to play a big part in this. We have complete control of our fields. And what I'm asking that question is, there's no tournaments that Parks and Rec has or outside people coming in that would hinder. Like, let's say we have an issue and we want to practice on a Saturday, and all of a sudden somebody says, no, there's a tournament there. We are cleared the decks for our schools to use our fields. Is that correct?
That's not exactly correct.
Okay.
So there's an MOU that governs the use of the fields between the school board and the county. Ms. Pullen, feel free to correct me when I messed up. So we, as of now, are already very thankful for Parks and Rec. They've expanded the hours that we have access to the turf. I was busy.
The turf field, so you're talking the high schools.
Correct. I was busy teaching English this morning, so I wasn't in that meeting, but.
So what we agreed to quickly was our MOU would say that as best we can, we would be off the turf, the stadium fields by around 7 o'clock unless a game went over Monday through Thursday. Friday, I understand that when we have home football games, they don't start till 7, so we have the field that night. Saturday, it was until 10 a.m. We could practice on a stadium field, and then Park and Recs would have it for the rest of the time, and then they have it all day on Sunday. They very quickly realized our concerns and our need to have it more, and they said that Monday through Friday through February, which is really when we were concerned. We'll discuss March when it comes, but right now through the month of February, Monday through Friday, we have it as much as we need it, and Saturday until noon. And to be honest, I'm the one that put noon out there because I do think to be fair to Park and Recs, we can probably figure out how to get most of our teams in and done by noon so they can rent it out to the community, because we do understand that there's a business side to what they're renting as well in our agreement. If we need to continue through March, it sounded like we probably were good until we get into more of the club lacrosse season later on in the month of March, and by then we have to be in a better weather pattern like we normally would be for spring, and we are as soon as we can get back and practice on our grass fields safely, that's what we would do, and we would play our games in the stadium, and our MOU would be just fine.
I mean, I'm just, and I know the commissioners probably have a bigger say in dollars and cents of their budget, but also the general public, if it's Queen Anne's County use, that's the thing. And I'm all for having outside people come in, we make money, a lot of people prosper by that. But, I think it also will be a question if it impedes some of our students and our athletes that are not doing it. And Parks and Rec is no longer, and I like Parks and Rec, all that, but it's not just local. We have a lot of outside tournaments coming in, and I think that could be a big issue, or, it could be but not for you all, but just for the public, if they find out, we're having outside people from across the bridge coming with tournaments, that would hinder. So it's glad to see you all are working together.
Yes, very, very well, and they seem very accommodating, and we'll just continue to ask for what we need and go from there.
Okay,
All right.
thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, gentlemen.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
You could grab a white, please. As Ms. Towers comes forward, she's going to talk us through some ideas that we have for budget and how to get you familiar with some of the information and sort of.
Didn't write that one down yet.
Switch sides.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Of course.
And give you an idea of the timeline and what we planned out for you for the next few Wednesdays in February.
Good evening, President Smith, Dr. Kane, and board members. Tonight, we'd like to continue our budget discussion. In front of you, you have budget books. They are tabbed individually here. I'd like to review tab 5. That dives into our budget line by line. That is what we have slated for next Wednesday to review line by line. You'll notice that there's some highlighted on the right. That's variances of over 5% that we'll dive into and discuss in greater detail next time as well. We have slated on the 17th to present the capital budget. And then also on the 10th, time permitting, we're going to look at vacant positions, position control, as well as enrollment by school. On the left-hand side is a draft and a scenario for you. It's a snapshot of basically the budget. On the left-hand side would be revenue. And we'll dive into this further next Wednesday, but it'll be projected revenue from the county that we had been given in the past for MOE, as well as what we've been told is our draft state aid numbers. And then on the right is taking the budget from this current year and then adding and subtracting any plus or minuses to get them to where that difference is going to be zero. All right, I'll bring up my presentation. The first one we're going to look at is the blueprint, Maryland blueprint. We're actually going to go to the first page that I gave you. This takes a look at our state aid. Our state aid that is projected for fiscal year 22 is at number $32,654,327. On the back page, I like this page in particular because it shows how does this compare to us last year as far as our funding dollars across the board between foundation, transportation, and so forth. And as you can see, if we compare the draft numbers for fiscal year 22, we're projected at that 32 million. However, if we compare it to this current year, it is a shortage of $2.9 million. If we go up to our blueprint funds, and as you can see, our blueprint funds are projected at 4.9. Across the board, you can see our supplemental pre-K, teacher incentives, and so forth. The one I want to bring close attention to is our hold harmless grants in column 9 and 10. Declining enrollment is projected over $3 million that we would receive, and the disabled transportation at $45,000. So what is the overall net effect if we look at 21 compared to 22? And it's a net effect of an increase of, and I want to highlight this. It's a net effect, an increase of basically column 8. It's a net increase of $599,093. And as you can see, we've received the tutoring grant for $599,613. So basically, and that is going to be restricted. So basically, in our unrestricted, if the projections is basically flat this year compared to next year. Any questions on that?
When you say, and I know it's anticipation, but we're down X number of students.
Correct.
We get back into school, things get back, quote unquote, to somewhat some normalcy of next year. I would think our student population would start rising back to, pre-COVID levels. I mean, that's just an assumption.
And that's what we're hoping, and that's what actually under tab 3, we'll talk about it more next week, but we're projected to be up next year too.
Right, but that money doesn't take effect until the following year.
Correct.
We're looking at being held harmless for X number of dollars now, but we'll probably have those students back with us September. I would hope, the parents they would start coming back, and, we might lose some. They want to, but that's a,
Good point. And one thing that the state is doing a little differently this year that we will talk about more in detail, but I want to bring it to your attention. These hold harmless grants under column 9 and 10, that $3,045,000, they've written it into law that that's going to be dependent upon the county exceeding maintenance of effort for fiscal year 21.
Okay, when they say exceeding maintenance of effort, based on what?
based upon what they currently allocated you. The formulas come out March 1st, but in talking with other CFOs, it would be $1 more than what we got this year, potentially.
So it's not, maintenance of effort to me is based on student population. What you're basing maintenance of effort on this next year would be on what they gave us last year, has to be $1 more, not necessarily a reduction because of students.
That is correct, and we're going to get clarification on March 1st because that we actually get the actual worksheet from there, but that is what I'm being told currently.
So in other words, we're in not a win situation, but we're not going to be held harm because our student population fell. We'll be hopefully at level.
Correct.
If the county agrees to that.
Correct. The next slide we have here is we're going to talk a little bit more about maintenance of effort and fund balance. So what is maintenance of effort? As you know, maintenance of effort is a state law that was established in 1984 that requires every state local government to spend at least as much per student as they did the previous year to receive additional state aid for education. In 2012, they actually added another condition. And this condition was they looked at a 5-year moving average. And that moving average is going to be the lesser of the county increase in local wealth per pupil, the statewide average increase in local wealth per pupil, or 5%. So on the printout that I gave you, and I'll make this larger.
2.5%.
2.5, I'm sorry, 2.5. So if you look at Queen Anne's County over the last 5 years, in fiscal year 17, 1.24, 1.23, in 18, and 19, 1.21, and 20, 1.22, and then in fiscal year 21, 118. So what they look at is they look at that change in local wealth. So it increased 8.1. Remember, it's going to be the lesser of. Then they looked at the 5-year average, and what was the 5-year average? 1.29, and then the change in wealth over state was 5.5. So they're going to take the lesser of, which is going to be the 2.5%. So that would be in addition to what we currently receive in per pupil allocation.
Can I ask a quick question on this slide?
Yes.
For the local per person, per pupil, is that, when it says, is that state or county, that number?
In this column here?
Yes, the change in the local wealth per pupil is, because it said that the 3 conditions were the 2.5, the lesser of the 2.5, county or state. So is this the county or state?
This is my understanding that it is county, but I can double check on that.
Thanks.
The overall state average is 5.5.
Okay, thanks.
So we had the largest increase.
Second.
Okay.
Is it? Oh, Calvert.
Oh, okay, I see it.
This slide details out that section in the education code exceeding the local appropriation for fiscal year 21. So again, we believe once this calculation comes out that it actually means what was appropriated for fiscal year 21. And then the wordage here is a hold harmless grant, the declining enrollment, and disabled transportation. If that is not met, then we would not qualify for that declining enrollment grant or the disabled transportation grant. Another item we'd like to address tonight is fund balance. What is fund balance? Basic accounting equation, your fund balance is your assets less your liabilities. Now, think about in your operating budget when you have revenue and expenses, and let's say your expenses is less than your revenue. So, and that the savings actually gets transferred into fund balance. Now, fund balance is comprised of 5 different areas: non-spendable, you have your restricted, committed, unassigned, and assigned. And it's pretty straightforward. Basically, the first 4 are committed or assigned to some type of future need. Number 5 is going to be your unassigned. So your unassigned represents the part of the spendable fund balance that has not been categorized as restricted, committed, or assigned. So this is important to take a look at. When you look at fiscal year 18, our fund balance was 1.1, and then in fiscal year 20, it increased to 2.3. Which represents about a $1.1 million increase in fund balance.
On a $100 million budget.
Yes. Which is less than 2%. So, any questions on that?
Not now, but I'm sure we're going to have some in February.
We'll roll up our sleeves next Wednesday and dive in, right? Thank you.
Do you have any questions about your book?
Oh, yes.
What's in your?
We just got it, so, we'll probably have.
Yes, but please take a look at it. The Google spreadsheet is out there. If you have any questions between now and then, post them. I'm checking it every day.
Okay.
Number 5, we'll really get into line by line. And then also number 6, I want to highlight, since we have new board members, and under 6, I also included the negotiated agreements, the salary scale, so you can see where they currently are now, and then who it qualifies to be on which scale. I thought it would be helpful too.
Thank you, Ms. Towers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Action items. Everybody, we have a policy for board approval. Gifted and talented identification instruction 616. Regulation 616.1 has no physical impact.
And there were no additional comments. Thank you, Ms. Bass.
None.
It's been out for first and second read. We're looking for a motion for approval this evening.
I make a motion to approve policy number 616, gifted and talented identification instruction, and regulation 616.1, gifted and talented identification and instruction.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion's approved. Okay. HR.
I make a motion to accept the HR and substitute bus driver report as were presented in closed session.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Carries. Okay, we have district calendar that we were presented earlier this evening with.
Mr. Smith, may I make a recommendation that the board table the district calendar for further review? Maybe bring it back at maybe the last work session of February that we're in,
The first
Everyone has
meeting
time?
First meeting in March.
or if that's not too late.
I mean, Dr. Kane, is there any reason why we couldn't approve this in 30 days?
No.
And we could have it Jeff could post it on our, just so the general public can see it, if they have any questions, and we will put it on the agenda for March.
Second that.
Have a
You need
motion.
Have a motion to table the district calendar for 21-22 calendar year until the first meeting in March.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Okay. Now we're next to the 804 Edmond contract. Dr. Kane? Hey, Kevin, oh, you're going to do this.
Am I Dr. Kane or?
Yes.
Or jointly? Great. Back again. Before you tonight is the Admentum contract. The purpose of this contract is to renew the existing contract that they have with them for all K-12 students to help support learning loss, provide additional classroom resources, and provide universal mitigation. The contract includes a financial discount with early commitment and $500 deposit. It'll begin July 1, if approved, and continue any programs that are still running through this fiscal year 22. The total cost of the proposed contract is $87,249. It comes out to $11.63 per student, projecting an enrollment of 7,500 students. The total cost of the contract includes professional development with the implementation of a specialist from vendor unlimited license for students, grades 6 through 12, to utilize pre-built content, courses, platforms, and so forth. There is a credit of $2,000 that was put towards that as well. The source of funding would be ESSER 1 funds.
I have a couple questions. So when we, back on May 20th in 2020, I have the yellow sheet here from then, and here it said that the starting June 20, 2020, extend through August of 2021. Now I'm going back and looking through here, it's saying that it actually ends June 30th, 2021. Is that why we got the $2,000 back? Okay, since it didn't go the extra, okay, that was my question. Also, is this a set amount or they going to charge us by the student up to 7,500 students?
It's my understanding that it's $87,249.
Flat, regardless?
Yes.
Because we don't have 7,500 students?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
But if we have 76, it'd be the same price.
Correct.
So then I have a question. If it's a flat fee and it doesn't pertain then to the number of students, in the products, and it's talking about this quantity of 6,030 for the core library, 1,570 for K through 2. So what are the licenses for that specific number if it's just a flat fee?
I think that was in that age group of third grade to 12. I wasn't actually a part of the writing of this proposal or with that, but that is my understanding that was for those grades there.
No, I understand that for the grades. I guess I'm thinking, what if so we have 6,030 licenses for core library, exact path grades 3 through 12.
Right.
What if we so I'm assuming that every student is getting this license? Is that what it's for? Every student needs a license?
Yes, I called the rep to talk to him in more detail too about this contract, and he said that it was available to all Queen Anne's County public.
So what if we don't need 6,030 licenses and we're still paying?
It's up to that. I think that's the maximum amount, but he did extend that if there was more students, then he would still honor that price.
So what we've done, I can help you. Okay. So what we've done is we offered this, we extend this to every one of our students, and it is up to them to use it. If they choose not to use it, it's not as if we'll get those dollars back. Right. We extend it, we say for every child, this is the cost for every child, because we want everybody to have access.
Do we know how many, I'm sorry, Margaret.
Do we not? Go ahead.
I was going to ask how many people participate, how many students participated in this.
Exactly.
Last summer, I don't know that amount.
I don't have that data, but we can get it for you. But it was a good number of students, I can recall.
And was this something we adopted after COVID in March of 2020, or
correct?
We were using it? Okay.
This was used in conjunction with our recovery plan, and this is part of our mitigation efforts to give every student an opportunity for some additional learning, whether they were excelling or if they needed some intervention.
Okay, thank you.
I have the contract for this year if you want to see it, Mr. Schipinelli. I have a copy of it. I went back and looked just to make sure, and again, we did it on May 20th of last year, so it's in current use.
Correct.
With our students. And there was was it October or November, they did about the exact path. Did Julie come here and do a?
Yes, I believe it was in November.
And we gave an update on it, and it is working. I mean, it is
It's working, and we also use it for our students who are, create modules within this platform for our students who are failing, and they need some additional work in order to, or some supplemental work in order to pass their courses. So our teachers can build modules within this platform.
Can I ask one more question? The last time in May, we used the CARES funds for this. Now I see ESSER 1 funds. What's the balance on the ESSER 1s, if you happen to know?
Right, the balance on the ESSER 1 funds before this is at around $124,000.
And we have to use that by when?
That is actually the end of 6/30/22, I believe.
Okay, so we're in the time frame.
Yes. And ESSER 2 is going to be available to us in March 16th or 23rd. I can't remember.
Mid-March through 22.
And this falls under that purview. I mean, we're allowed to use it for this.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And this is the system that personalizes your needs.
Yes.
So if I have a problem with fractions, but you don't, it centers my
It's
needs.
adaptive, right?
Okay.
So we're looking at, I've heard some good things about the program, but I also know that our kids' grades keep going down. Do we know if the kids' grades who are going down?
We've had some good success. In fact, Mrs. Forbes shared some data with me to show some significant increases, double-digit increases across the board for our students in English language arts, reading, and math.
Okay.
So it is working.
I would like to see, though, the numbers of how many utilized it, because I'd hate to see just a straight contract for this amount based on the access to, well, now we have, 7,200 kids, not 7,500, and to see if it's, value, and because I don't think it's $11.83 per student at this point, if we don't have, but maybe half of our students utilizing it. It doesn't mean we can't revisit, I wouldn't want to revisit the contract, maybe a different amount, but I just don't know how many kids are using it.
Do you think 80% of our kids are involved with it?
I don't want to guess,
Okay.
but I'll get that data for you.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, I'm looking at increases in percentiles for growth between the first diagnostic and the second diagnostic. So we're looking at 28% increase in the 50 to 99th percentile. So and that was in math. We're looking at 29% in reading. So they're doing it. They're doing well. But I'll certainly get the data for you.
Is there any reason why we can't table this until we have all that information? And then, current contract doesn't run out till June 30th.
And we have been able to lock in on some discounts.
Okay.
So, yeah, there is.
So there's a reason that started to do it soon, because I see the early commitment and then,
Yeah.
okay.
So is there a date for early commitment?
When is that?
The expiration is 2/26.
Okay.
So we have
I'm sorry, for this proposal, for this
February
amount.
26th.
For this amount.
So we have two more
It'd
meetings.
be before our next regular meeting.
So
We have two budget meetings.
So we could do it at the next budget meeting if we got all that information? Is that all right?
We could.
Yeah, of course.
That's the board's prerogative.
It's, we have questions that can't get answered sitting right here, so, and this is something I feel.
So make a motion?
Right ahead.
I'll make
Table the,
an action motion to,
Go ahead.
no, I need a motion to table.
Motion to table.
To our next meeting?
Contract till the next meeting. Can we get that within a week, or?
Absolutely.
Second it.
Thank you. That'll be fine.
I have a motion on the thing. Any discussion? I'm sorry. I have a motion to table this contract to the next meeting to get some additional information, and it will still meet our timeline for this contract that's discounted. Any other discussion? Call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Anybody second the motion?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Just ask
Spinelli
one
made
question
it.
while you're still here.
Of course.
I'm hearing there's COVID grants coming, like $3 million possibly.
Yes.
When do we find out about that?
Well, it's been allocated, we still have to apply for it. So we have to apply for that over $3 million and submit an application by the end of February, I believe it is. And what we've done is we've reached out to all principals, supervisors to get a wish list of their needs, and we're compiling that now. $3 million it sounds like a lot, but it doesn't go too far, especially with PP&E needs and other things could arise too.
But it's, I mean.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, if there's a need for it, I mean, it's certainly, so the principals so we have to have specific things we're going to use this for, to apply for it, and then that's what it goes for.
Yes, they've really given us a broad spectrum as far as its flexibility, because in one of the language, it even says that it allows the principals at their discretion to meet the needs of their building. So it's very broad in that sense.
So, I mean, if we have 13 schools, and that's a couple $100,000 per school at least. I mean, if we allocate it like that.
So there are about 15 allowable uses.
Okay.
And we have, as an executive team, identified several areas that we know we could easily spend $3 million. But we wanted to be sure that we heard from principals and supervisors to ensure that we were on track with what they needed. So what we'll do is we'll put that packet together, we'll submit it to MSDE by February 26th, and they will share with us, our approval.
And then they get back our approval, and then we see where, or roughly how it's going out. Gotcha, thank you. Okay. Next is 8.05 Cameo Group contract.
The next contract is for Cameo, and it's to enter in a renewal contract for $56,000. The Cameo Group specializes in, as you know, professional development, leadership, coaching, and educational equity with classroom teachers, school administrators, and central office staff. This is actually, Dr. Kane, correct me if I'm wrong, but this would be the third year then? Correct. Okay, so this is building upon, if I understand right, building upon those 2 years, and now we're into the third year here. The primary focus is equity work, is rooted to increase academic achievement, and then I can read on or, okay.
It's basically aligned with our strategic plan goals, but centered on academic achievement and equity across the board.
And we are using the Title II and Title IV grants that we used in 2019, the last time.
Correct.
All this, okay.
And this contract runs from to the end of this year.
Correct.
I just have a couple questions, Ms. Towers. So because of the amount, I find it odd. Why is it that we have a $50,000 and a $6,000 invoice? Why is it the contract not just for one amount?
Because we have cohorts of schools. We couldn't afford to do all schools at the same time. So we had a cohort 1, which had 4 schools. We had a cohort 2, and we weren't going to actually have a third cohort of schools since we got started late this year. But there was one school, Churchill Elementary, that really, really wanted to be a part of that work. And the Cameo Group was able to schedule them, and so we were able to get them in.
Okay.
And
so with the amount that this contract is, was there a bid process? Do we receive other contracts?
I think, if I understand correctly, this was a 3-year partnership. This is the third year. It wasn't bid out in 3 years, in my understanding, but this is what I've been told. It's specialized experts in their field on equity. So that's more in the lines of professional services, is what was explained to me.
Okay.
So it doesn't require to have the 3.
It's like a sole source.
Sole, thank you.
Right, because it's specialized professional services because they're experts in this particular field.
Okay.
And there's no others?
Right.
And they don't have competition, or I'm not saying competition, there's not a.
It's a sole source.
Sole source, not a big.
Okay.
Right.
And then, and I guess I'm thinking if it's all remote, why is it that all the teachers couldn't do one Zoom class? Like, why do we have all of these Zoom classes at $2,000 each?
Yeah, because it's geared toward what's occurring at each of those individual schools. So they look at, the culture of the school, they look at the needs of the students, they look at the needs of the teachers at each of those particular schools, and they build professional development around those specific needs. So we do have an opportunity there are some professional developments through their platform that any teacher can get on, but their professional learning is designed specifically for each school. Kent Island Elementary School is quite different from Sudlersville Elementary School. And so they sort of, they mold that professional learning to be specific for each one of those populations.
So this is the third year?
This is the
We're
third
in the
year.
third year, and it goes till the end of this year. In other words, June 21? Or are we talking after June 21?
To the end of this actual school year.
And so, and in the third year, how do you know that they're succeeding after the first 2 years? In other words, what's the equity matrix or?
Yeah,
metrics?
that's a great question. So Title II is requiring us to do an evaluation, and through our leader for Title II and Title IV, we do evaluation, we submit that to MSDE, and they approve whether or not we are on track with meeting our goals. So we look at participation, we look at student data, we look at feedback from the teachers, the administrators, and we make some determinations as to whether or not that professional learning is effective. In fact, for Cambio Group, MSDE uses our evaluation as a model for other districts.
And so, what do the evaluations look like? I mean, how do you measure for achieving equity in the schools? I understand you ask the teachers and get teacher feedback, but are we looking at the achievement gap?
Yep, we're looking
Closures?
at achievement gaps. Yep, let me pull one up for you. We do. We look at, the ethnicities of students, and we look at the different student groups, whether they receive free and reduced meals or special education percentages, and we start to document, where they fell in terms of achievement, if they are gaining, if they are decreasing in terms of achievement. So say, for example, at one of our elementary schools, I won't call it out, we disaggregated the student groups by ethnicity, and we looked at their performance, and then we wanted to be sure that they are decreasing that achievement gap, and so that type of data is included.
And of the schools overall, is there a decrease that we've measured?
Yes,
or?
yes. Significant. English language arts and math. In one particular school, I'm looking at a 21.4% decrease in African American, the achievement gap. And another school, I'm looking at 21.7%, 22% for students that receive free and reduced cost meals. We look at special education, so not just ethnicity. We also look at attendance, we look at discipline, and in addition to the English language arts and mathematics.
And what about the Latino population?
We absolutely have that as well. And I can tell you that we're looking at decreases in achievement gaps for our Hispanic students as well.
I have a question about budget. Because it says year-long, there's 8, 12, will there be that many professional development opportunities? Or since we're just now starting it in January?
So one of the documents is the schedule that I sent to you.
Right.
And so, yes, we have everything scheduled. And in addition to the schools, we had on January 20th, we had a professional learning for all of administrators and supervisors, and we have 2 more of those to schedule for the remainder of the year.
So
we
it's
have
possible.
those during A&S meetings.
So it's possible
and
to
it's
get
scheduled.
all
and
those
confirmed.
in by the end of the year. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a question on, so that said up to 2 hours, but most of the meetings are just scheduled for an hour and a half. Are they just anticipating that most of them are going to go over a half an hour?
Well, they schedule the time as it is, and generally, the way the schools do it, they pull out that time so that they can have that. They set that time aside. So
Right, but it's only an hour and a half except for one time, and the calling is up for the 2 hours, so it could be less than. It's not a set 2 hours, it's because all the rest of them are hour and a half.
And it could have been something special that they planned out with that particular principal for that particular meeting.
Okay, and it calls for 27 classes, but it looks like in the schedule there's only 23.
So I just mentioned the other 3 for A&S.
That's still, we're just still short one.
What am I short?
Well, it says 20, we're being, I don't know, well, maybe, are they billing us too as they go through this, or are we just giving them this money up front?
No, they bill each, I think it may be monthly.
Okay. Is it monthly? Will it be based on how many they've done, accomplished? Okay, because it doesn't, at least maybe.
So on your invoice, you see the cost for whatever that type of meeting is.
Okay.
And then you see on the schedule when those meetings will occur, except I left out the A&S that I just mentioned, because we have those during our A&S meetings.
So, Mr. Smith, can I go ahead and make a motion?
I got a couple more questions.
Well, honestly, we're supposed to have made a motion and then had our discussion.
Oh,
I mean, that's usually how it works with Robert's Rules of Order, but,
That's fine.
we've been bearing back and forth.
Go
with
ahead
it.
if you want to do it that way.
No, Mr. Schifflin, go
I'm
ahead.
the newbie.
Go ahead.
You are, look at me.
So you probably know I'm interested in the achievement gap. You know, we discussed it at a prior meeting and closing that gap. But are there any other programs that are being run or initiatives or anything toward closing the incentive, the achievement gap?
Yeah, one of the things that we've been doing over the last few years, we have not done as much certainly this year because of the COVID and professional learning, but we do DataWise, and DataWise is a school improvement sort of method, if you will, that causes us to look at our student data and look at the gaps in student performance, and then to link that to teacher concerns. So we look at problems of practice with teachers and base that on student-centered problems. And we sort of mesh the two so that we can identify what needs to happen with the teacher in order to improve student data. So that is one way that we work to reduce that achievement gap. We also have principals and teachers to set student learning objectives. And one of our goals is for all principals and all students to have one of those SLOs, we call them student learning objectives, centered on a gap group, if you will. So there's always a focus on ensuring that we are working to improve achievement gaps.
Okay. And obviously there's measures in there to identify kids that are not making those objectives. And
absolutely, and that's one of the reasons why this professional learning with Cambio Group, it works hand in hand with DataWise, but it also causes us to look at what's happening at each particular school and what's happening with the teaching staff and what's happening with the student population and the administrators at each particular school. What happens at Sudlersville Elementary could be starkly different from what happens at Kennard Elementary.
All right. Okay, thank you.
And we've had DataWise for quite a while.
We've had DataWise for the last 3 years that I've been here, but this year we did not do it formalized. We lost that opportunity to train with, and schools had been asking for it. We did some online at the end of last year, and that certainly was successful. Some of our schools, i.e. Sudlersville Elementary School, and I'm quite sure Mattapique Elementary, because they were very heavily into it, continue to use those processes because they are just good processes to use.
And wasn't there some part of the management system in Schoology that was helping with DataWise?
Pull data, yes.
It was pulling.
So we were able to pull
okay.
student data. Mm-hmm.
It was collecting it
exactly
more effectively.
Yeah.
I would say. Okay.
Okay, I got a contract for approval from Cameo Group to enter into a renewal contract for $56,000 for Cameo Group. The Cameo Group specializes in professional development, leadership, and coaching on education equality and classroom teachers, school administration, and central office staff. The physical impact dollar amount is $56,000. It's not budgeted, but the budget source would come from Title II and Title IV grant funds.
So moved.
I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye. Sorry. Aye.
Let's do a roll call.
Benelli?
Nay.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Bennett?
Nay.
Ms. Morissette?
Yes.
Ms. Harper?
Yes.
I have 4 in the affirmative.
No.
3.
You said
Nay.
nay?
Nay, yeah. Am I supposed to say nay or no?
No.
Said no.
No, I said no.
You said no, oh, I'm sorry, I have 3 in the
I should
affirmative.
speak.
Three, 4. We have 3 for, 2 against. The motion will carry. Or the contract will carry, I'm sorry. Okay, moving on. Transfer requests, none. Let me ask you a question. We have expenditure report and details. Can we just move that up so Ms. Towers can get out of here? 'Cause-
She's ready to go.
Okay. Thank you.
And then we'll move
Because
forward.
we don't have a transfer request.
Yeah, well, I know it says none, right? And the next thing on the agenda is opening schools, but we could go to Ms. Towers next, and then you can get out of here,
Thank you.
unless you want. Okay, so now we're going to go down to, I'm going to move up to item 10-01, expenditure reports. Everybody's got that?
Attached in front of you is the expenditure reports ending January 21. Any questions? There's that detail as well as the summary of where we are to date.
So you feel that our budget is pretty on course?
Yes.
We're not over, I don't see where we're over on anything from this page.
Correct. We are not over on any line item.
Okay.
Correct. And then when we dive into the detail as well.
I know things come in at different times.
Yes.
Because, we can look good one month and all the bills come in the next month. But I see, like textbook and supplies, we're 66, so we're looking good there, I'm assuming. The next one down is other instruction costs. We're at 60, and those are, I say, not large amounts, but they are $300,000. Another one, 67. Then I go down to operational plant, which is a big one. We're at 72. Does that look like we're going to be under on that this year?
Potentially, because the operation of plant, that's where your utilities are going to be. So our water, electric.
So it's going to be a little, we're going to have some savings there due to the fact of probably not being in school.
Right, but we also have some one-time expenditures too that we may have to use those funds for Centerville Middle, for cleaning and things like that.
Okay, because I remember one year we had some cafeteria issues, refrigerators or stove, one of Dr. Kane or something. We
Cafeteria tables.
Tables and stuff. We at the end of the thing we had to. We're outdated, and we try to do with some of that.
Freezers.
Freezers, right.
Those walk-in.
So we'll, as we get closer to the end of the year, we can look at some things that we have some major concerns on if necessary.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. That's my only question. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion items. 9-01, opening the schools.
All right, open to anybody, or?
Well, we're going to have
we got Ms.
I would like to get Mrs. Fellers on the Google Meet for us, so it'll take me just a minute to get her linked in.
And as you pull your documents up and get Mrs. Fellers on, I'd just like to remind the public that Queen Anne's County Public Schools absolutely has a recovery plan, a reopening plan that was months and months in the making and included a great number of people working on that plan to ensure that it was accurate. It was submitted to MSDE in August and it was approved. So I don't want anybody to walk away thinking that there were some comments made tonight that were a little bit troubling, because we have a plan and we've had a plan for a number of months now. So I just want to clarify that. We also have a hybrid schedule that has been in effect for some time. And we also, like our counties surrounding us, had students come back to school January 28th. Some districts, started yesterday. We started January 28th. They are not opening the doors wide open for all of their students to come back. I think that is a misconception. They are pulling small groups, as is everybody else, and as we are. So we are not behind the ball. We do not have our neighbors doing anything that we are not also doing. We work together on those kinds of things and are in constant contact. So Mrs. Pullen is going to share some updates, and we're going to be joined by our nurse supervisor, Ms. Maria Fellers, and she's going to share some information because teachers are very, very concerned. And we met with the Teacher Association late last week, the exec team and myself, and we went over several things. And it's great because we've got a nice open relationship, and we're able to talk and respond to questions and have some conversations about what's going on. And it's been a good situation. So I also want to, since I know I'm taking up your time, Ms. Pullen, but I just want to say, we greatly appreciate the work that our teachers are doing. We respect the work that they are doing. We know that they're working hard as ever, and as well as our teacher assistants and our custodians, our bus drivers. We are just grateful for the work that they're doing, and never let it be said that nobody is appreciative, because this leadership team definitely is. So thank you.
And I think the people in generally are. There's a lot of misconceptions of what's going on, and there's a lot of people that are in a position where they're frustrated, and I think they're taking it out on a lot of different areas. I don't think anybody thinks our teachers are. I mean, I think our teachers have done a great job. They've done something from March being just shut down overnight to virtual teach to what we're doing now. I think if you see what we're doing now to what we were doing up 9 months ago, is amazing. And so I try not to take that personally, because I know everybody's been attacked sometimes. We're doing what we can. I think we're doing a good job, and I think people will be, we're going to get through this as a group.
So I've gotten a lot of emails, from various teachers, of course, as we all have, I know. And, obviously some are for getting into school, some are against it for their reasons. And does the association have an actual position on this? Because the last thing I saw was something that came out in the news that they wanted us to reconsider the prior decision that we had made. And
yes.
What's the current?
The current atmosphere is that, just like you heard tonight, teachers absolutely want to come back to school. They want to be sure that they are safe when they come back. They want to be sure that they are safe. They want to be sure that the students are safe. And I think that's, that's one of the things, the reasons why I said we have a plan. We have never been without a plan. And what we need to do is we need to refresh our memories, and we need to go back to that plan. And that's what we're going to do tonight. So we're going to go back and we're going to go over some things so that everybody is fresh in their mind about protocols and what happens.
I'm glad you brought that up, because there was some obvious confusion about the March 1st date and everything else. And I can see where the confusion was generated, probably from this board here, because we had a date, then we rescinded it, and we kind of went with what Dr. Kane was saying about going in March 1st, which you were executing perfectly, by the way, and we're still moving toward that. So as long as everybody knows, and Ms. Pullen, you're going to pull it off.
Thank you.
All right.
There she is.
Yeah, so Ms. Fellers is on the line with us via Google Meet, and we will go back to her in just a few minutes so she can answer some questions for us as well. So good evening, everyone. For the record, my name is Carla Pullen. I'm currently serving as the interim chief operating officer. So what I'm here to talk to you about this evening is specifically about the buildings and about school operations. This started.
Let me just say, all this, if you go to board docs, is on this. So anybody, parents, teachers, or whoever can go on this and see this presentation, which we're showing us tonight, which people can look at, but they can also go on board docs, pull up this section of it, and go right through what you're talking about.
And be able to take a look, correct. So the first thing to discuss is building utilization. The recommendation from us back to the Tiger team inception has always been to utilize individual equipment and supplies when feasible. But if you understand that at times we have specialized equipment such as microscopes, in a PE class we may have shared athletic
equipment or balls. So when it's not feasible to utilize individual equipment for everyone, then the protocol would be make sure that there's very good hand hygiene and that everything is wiped down and sanitized with disinfectant before and after use. Movement throughout buildings, we've had questions about that and exactly what that would look like. This will vary a little bit by school, but essentially as students move throughout the building or between class changes, we are staggering the number of classes that move at one time. In some instances, it'll be movement by grade level. And where possible, the schools have done a great job of labeling their walkways, their pathways, their corridors so that we would have one-way traffic. Again, all buildings are not set up to be able to do this, and where they're not, there's 6 feet of distance on either side of the corridor and good instructions by signage, by the flooring markers, and by what the staff will reinforce to make sure that they're staying 6 feet apart if it is necessary to pass in the corridor. There will be no use of lockers or cubbies. The reason for this is that we want to minimize the number of personal items that are coming into the building from home. At the high school level, both high schools will be allowing use of backpacks, which is a little bit of a change, at least for one of our high schools, but that will allow for easier carrying of the supplies that need to go back and forth. And backpacks will be utilized at some of the middle schools, not all of them, but at a few. And that information will be communicated by the school to their families as to what that protocol is going to be. At the elementary level, this varies a little bit as well, but for the most part, storage is available right at the desk, and there have been some great solutions such as laundry baskets that are right beside the desk. There are bins, and the idea is that these items are easily sanitized between our A groups and our B groups to make sure that we're not passing any type of virus back and forth in between. 2 photos for you. On the left is social distancing of desks. This is at one of our high schools, and that's what it looks like when you have 6 feet of social distance between students. On the right is one of our elementary schools. It shows how we utilize partitions. Students would be staggered in this case, so they're not right beside one another. And this would be something that would be utilized for small group instruction or for special education when an instructor needs to be very close, working in close contact with a student, but it would still provide some of that protection for them.
Can I ask you, what about your computer labs where you can't separate desks?
For the most part, computer labs, because everyone has a device, that would be the focus on what they were using. In computer labs, they have been staggered. There will be sanitation of any of the computer keyboards in between. So we're taking the same precautions that we would in a regular classroom. But again, it's one of those areas that would be shared equipment potentially. And I'll get a little bit more to the cleaning process, but that we believe with good hand hygiene and with good sanitation that those can be utilized.
And same with, like I know in the high school science lab rooms, they're more like lab tables rather than desks.
Yes, yes. All of the same sanitation processes would be in place. Next photo. On the left, you will see CD signage that we have provided throughout the buildings, and it is clearly hung, just as reminders of what all of these social distancing parameters are, as well as good hygiene. On the right, we have converted water fountains in each of the buildings to bottle fill stations so that we are not actively using the portion that is shared. Those have been capped off so that they're not available to students.
So we're going to now allow our students to bring their own bottles with them?
Yes, and for the most part, that has been the standard practice for most schools, that students may have water during the day and at their desk. Cleaning and sanitizing protocols. We do have electrostatic machines that we've been utilizing since last fall, and the buildings are cleaned and disinfected at the end of every day. Every day.
We provide sanitation of our high-traffic areas, either once per hour, specifically in elementary schools, or after every class change. So we have custodians that are actively walking the areas and making sure to hit those doorknobs and light switches and handrails and anything else that may see numerous touches throughout the day. If you recall, there was some concern about the use of disinfectant in classrooms, and the teachers had a lot of concerns about the Spectra 404 product that would be available to them for use. So 404 is a disinfectant. It's part of our green cleaning program, and the makeup of it is very similar to a Clorox cleanup or a Lysol type product. But there was some concern about the safety of that and about teachers being asked to use a product that they weren't necessarily comfortable with. We were recently able to identify an alternate product that has been approved to kill COVID. It's called Benefect Decon 30. It's an all-natural product. It's made of thyme oil. There is no PPE use required, so no gloves, no goggles, no gowns. Nothing is needed for specific safety. It's a very safe product to use. It sanitizes a surface in 30 seconds. It will fully disinfect it in 10 minutes. You spray it on, you let it air dry. There's no need to wipe. That's it. It's very safe, it's very easy to use, and it's a great alternative to the Spectra 404 for our teachers and for our teaching staff, and to be around students in the classroom. We will continue to use the 404 with our janitorial staff. It is still part of our green cleaning program, but we feel that this is a much safer alternative for use in the classrooms.
I remember when you did a demonstration on the 404, you could actually spray it over paper. It wouldn't hurt anything.
So those are our electrostatic machines.
Okay.
Yes, and that utilizes.
The 30 will do the same thing.
Yes.
Somebody sprays it over this paper or this computer, it's not going to do any.
Provided it's a light enough mist. So the electrostatic machines utilize the 404. We'll continue to do that. It's shown in the left side. That's the machine that we utilize. It sprays a very fine mist. It actually wraps around desks and furniture to get the most benefit out of virus protection, and that is the one that it's a very, very light mist. So depending on how thick the spray is with the Benefect, we could potentially see some curling of paper or that type of thing. But what it's intended for is to sanitize the desk surfaces between the cohort groups that are coming in. So it gives us that sanitizing, disinfection. There is not much that you have to do with it other than spray, so it negates some of those fears about teachers having to clean up after students. We'll also have and continue to have the alcohol wipes in every classroom too. So it's this same type of thing. It's the same ingredient that's utilized in hand sanitizer, so it's safe for students to use as well to clean their own space before or after, whatever makes them comfortable in each of the classroom environments.
How's our supply chain on all this? Have we have enough supply?
At this time, we absolutely do. We have a lot of reserve that is in our warehouse. We don't know yet what the burn rate is going to be, but we're working really closely together to try and stay ahead of that stock so that in the event that we are using them a lot faster than we think we will, that we always have backups on hand.
That was one of my questions. Have we established the burn rate in the schools yet?
Not yet. Not yet. Not until we have the full 50% capacity back in. We anticipate that middle schools and high schools, we're going to see the burn rate go a lot faster because we have those class changes. So you have a student that wants to come in, they need a wipe to wipe before they sit down, and then they're going to use another one before they leave. So we've tried to estimate that burn rate. We think we have it pretty well calculated and know how quickly we'll need to replace those.
And how does each school, how do we order supplies? Is there a head janitor that takes care of that, or
For our daily custodial supplies, we have a lead custodian in each building, and our custodial foreman works closely with that lead custodian in each building to determine what their needs are. The custodial foreman and I work very closely together for any of our COVID supplies. And then if you recall, there is a point person at every school for the COVID supplies. So they are keeping inventory. It's who we deliver to. They communicate to us when they start to get low on anything.
The Spectre 404, that's hospital grade, is the benefit decon?
Yes, so Benefect is also utilized in hospitals very often. It is approved to kill a myriad of germs, and because it's so safe, it's considered appropriate for use just about anywhere, including food prep.
Okay.
And again, we just wanted to reiterate here that it's important that we consider hand washing throughout the day and that we are doing lots of cleaning breaks within all of the classrooms. With transportation, when we go back to a hybrid environment, we will have one student per seat on every bus. They will be staggered. So we have window, aisle, every other seat. And those buses have been clearly marked to show each seat and where the appropriate place is to sit.
Except for family members.
Family members may sit in the seat together. So that's some benefit. Siblings are able to share a seat.
And when you say all buses, that's contract buses?
Correct. Both ours and contract. We'll be sure that we are doing proper social distancing when boarding and disembarking. Our bus drivers and our school staff are both assisting with that. And we will be cleaning and disinfecting between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 runs thoroughly. There are checklists that the drivers have to complete as they do that cleaning, and there will be inspections just to assure that that's happening as planned. For food service in our half-day instruction models, we will continue with the grab-and-go meals for both breakfast and lunch. Bagged meals will be sent home with students to plan for the days that they're virtual. So if they are an AB student or an AA student on Tuesday afternoon, they will be sent home with bagged meals that will last them for the rest of the week. And the same will happen on Friday afternoon with our BB students, so it lasts them until they are back in the building. And we continue to have free meals through the end of the school year, provided funds remain, and that is for all of our students within the district.
Could we use the remainder of the ESSER funds to offset the cost of the meals? Because remember, last year, we didn't get full funding on the meals.
I'm not sure what that's going to look like this year.
Okay.
We haven't gotten any information on that, but
I mean, you know what I mean? We were told feed,
and then
money's coming, and then money didn't, right?
Exactly. You weren't with the schools last year when that happened, so I know Mrs. Towers doesn't have any information on that, but we'll look into it.
Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on that as well. Fortunately, we have both Margaret Ellen and Julie Hickey from Sodexo with us that were both part of that process last year as well, so they're keenly aware. And then we continue to have our off-site meal sites at 5 of our buildings. Bayside Elementary School, Churchill Elementary School, Graysonville Elementary School, Queen Anne's County High School, and Sudlersville Middle School. Those meal sites are open on Tuesdays from 12 to 2 and from 4 to 6. PPE, our personal protective equipment. Masks will be required to be worn while indoors. This will be required of everyone. The exception for that is when students or staff are eating, so that would be the breakfast and snack, because if you recall, our food service in a half-day model, it will be take it to go for lunch. All staff has been provided on proper guidance for the use of PPE. The point person at the school has all of that information, as well as the school nursing staff, and they can assist with any questions on the use of PPE and what exactly is appropriate for every type of situation.
One thing we need to make a mention, Ms. Pullen, is if someone has a doctor's note that they don't have to wear the mask. I mean, we have to make sure that we're taking care of those folks.
Thank you for that. So if there has been a medical accommodation for a student who is unable to wear a mask, that of course will be honored. The schools currently have proper stock of all their PPE as well as reserves, and we have reserves in our warehouse and are ready to get that out to schools at any time that they may need it.
When students come back in the building, are they being trained on proper mask wearing?
Yes.
And I can tell you from our return to our small group instruction, I was able to see a number of building administrators that were going to each classroom to discuss COVID safety, to discuss proper use of PPE and what was expected of students. So there's definitely a lot of staff presence and assistance with that too.
Okay, and how about classroom ventilation? Are windows going to be kept open so coats can stay on and those kinds of things? Some schools are doing that.
Yes, and it is a recommendation by MSDE, by the CDC. Anywhere that you can get some increased ventilation is good. Here's where we struggle. The increased ventilation is wonderful. It also does throw off the balancing of our HVAC systems, which we have calibrated and we have determined are getting the most air turnover to assist with the COVID virus. The other part of that is that we want to consider security. So especially for our floor level classrooms, it is a concern that we have windows open and potentially windows being left open. So of course that option is available. We just are going to be working with staff to make sure that we're also thinking about those other two items and that we're not doing anything detrimental when opening windows too.
I think we had a presentation last fall about the turnover, and somehow we were running the ventilation systems 24/7.
It's not 24/7.
But we were turned over a lot more than
Yes.
normal. I mean, we were keeping things running at extended hours.
Yes.
And if we were turned over, I'm just going to use a number of maybe twice a day. Now we're turned over 3 times. I mean, we ramped it up within what the means you said we could do.
Yes, so ASHRAE provided standards at the very beginning of the pandemic that indicated what HVAC protocols would be most effective, and we are currently following all of those. So we do bring on ventilation a few hours before students are in the building. We keep it on longer afterward. We are using the highest filter ratings that we possibly can for the units. Some of them, because they are older, require a lower number, but any of those standards that were published, we've worked really hard to get in compliance with those.
And you know, one of the things when you talk about like a MERV 11 or 12, if you go high, you restrict the airflow too.
Correct.
So there's a balance there that, you know, are you better off using a MERV 8 and getting more CFMs or using a MERV 12 and getting less? I mean, so, you know, there's a trade-off from what I understand on both those.
You're correct. And we've also heard recently some interesting information that there was some thought in the beginning that more frequent filter changes were helpful. And now we're hearing that it's actually better not to do them as often, because with a new filter, it lets a lot more particles through, where if you have something that's been utilized for a little while, it's helping to trap some of those air particles that are coming. So we're continuing to follow any new developments there and to implement it in our systems.
Would you ask them to please make up their minds?
So classrooms that we've gotten emails, you know, their classroom had ventilation issues prior to COVID. Have those classrooms been looked at and problem resolved, or what's happening with it?
Yes, so for any of and we use a web ticketing system, so any of the rooms that are reported to the front office, there is a web ticket that is submitted. We have a number of different ways that we can determine if there is an issue happening with the circulation in that room. We also have different humidity monitors and things that we can put in that are ancillary devices that'll tell us exactly what's happening. So yes, as soon as those items come through, we're addressing them.
So each building can make its own accommodations about, I wrote on here, coats. You know, we're in the middle of winter, and I know high school students don't wear coats, but the middle school moms will make the middle school moms and the elementary school kids wear coats. Since they're not going to have, you know, any place to put them. I believe elementary school does, because they usually have the hanging pieces, but you're not going to have lockers, you're not going to have cubbies,
No.
So we had to be very, you know, mindful that you're going to need coats.
Yes, and what most of the schools are doing are utilizing the back of the chair for that, because again, the idea is to keep the personal effects with each student so that they take that with them, and so that we're not necessarily getting any type of transfer between students.
Any other questions?
You know, I have a question about the just the hybrid. I know we talked about the main reason why we didn't have a full day plan was because of the lunchroom. Is that correct? And so I was thinking, we had these wonderful people who came in today and spoke, and I was specifically thinking about Jennifer and Jill, and they all said, all your PTAs, all these people are willing to help. Can we just not have lunch proctors because the teachers are required to have their planning time? Can we just have volunteers? If they've been cleared and they've taken the volunteer and they've had their background check, can they just not take a lunch shift? And that's the main reason. That seems an easy fix.
And, well, the two things, the spacing for that and where do you put all those kids so that they are 3 to 6 feet apart is one. And yes, there needs to be somebody in the room that is certificated when we supervise children. So we do need to make sure that the teachers get their duty-free lunch and all.
Well, right. No, that's what I'm saying. But we have all these wonderful people who volunteered to help. And it would be a shame to not use someone who's helping. And I think it's great what you did. I saw this in lunchrooms in businesses. They've taken that plexiglass and took little baby tables and made the squares. Could we not do that with the lunch tables to make it a little bit more, to be able to do a little bit more density, even if it's not too as much as what we did have?
So when it comes to spacing and to the actual operation of our lunch shifts, the physical space isn't quite as much of a challenge because one of the recommendations we made early on was to keep the cohorts together and eat within their classrooms, and that would be a way to solve some of those challenges. We know that we do struggle with staffing issues and being able to get someone to monitor all of those lunch shifts, and as Dr. Kane said, it's not just anyone that you can have in the classroom with children by themselves. Volunteers, for the most part, should be overseen by someone who's certificated.
So if we have...
I also want to add, if I may, that's why I raised my hand to interject. Good evening, everyone. Maria Laguerre Feller, School Health Services Coordinator for Queen Anne County Public Schools. Ms. Bennett, I love that idea about utilizing volunteers, but along with the concern that Ms. Ellen brings up, it's also the concern that volunteers are another warm body to add into the space and bring in additional risk for exposure to our student and staff population. So, if we have a high turnover of volunteers, I want volunteers in the same category as visitors into our school building or space, and we're limiting this our access to them.
Thank you.
I can appreciate that. I guess I'm just thinking I would rather, to spend some time thinking how can we make it work rather than how can we throw obstacles up. I mean, we could have volunteers, the same volunteers in the same time. You can have a volunteer maybe in the classroom while the teacher's having their their study time, or they can go someplace else for their time. While I don't know, we just have all these people whose kids want to be back, and they're the PTA, they say they're ready to help. And I guess I misunderstood. I was thinking that's what I'd heard, that the primary reason we didn't have a full day hybrid plan was because of the lunch. But maybe I misunderstood.
I think there are some other challenges as well, especially at the elementary school level, and Dr. Kane, please jump in if I'm off target here. But I know that especially at the elementary school level, there's a great concern about small students, young students, being online for very long periods of the day. And so you have a teacher in the classroom that is teaching to the students that are there, as well as the students that are virtual. That's a really long day for the little ones, and a lot of attention that is tough for them at that particular age. There's also some concern about when the teacher would then have proper time to be able to do some small group work with the students who are virtual for that day. So there really isn't any additional time to be able to get to some of their needs that they have as well. And I believe there's also issues with being able to give the proper breaks and planning time to the certificated staff per their contract. And I think that there was some difficulty there.
Can I ask a question about art supplies? I mean, has it been looked at what they're going to do, well, the high school level, they have the art kilns and the paints and things are used by multiple students. Have they addressed that issue? Excuse me.
Yes, I believe they have. Now, I know I believe it was K through 8, Mr. Bell was able to secure art supplies that were sent home to every student from K through 8. So that is helping to take care of a lot of the issue of shared supplies there. The teachers are certainly working on that, and it's been questions that they've had as to what the appropriateness of sharing certain things
It just
are.
popped in my head because so we saw some of the artwork the kids were doing with the kilns or the pottery, and I was like, well, how are they going to address that?
Yeah, and I mean, those things, to the degree that they can't depend upon what the material is, if we can sanitize it, then we sanitize it. But if there are opportunities for individuals to have their own materials, then we're working that way as well.
Yes.
So comment, just so everybody's clear, March 1st, we're moving toward a hybrid half-day schedule, right?
That is what our schedule is.
Okay, no, I'm putting that out for the general public. And so I understand with the elementary school, for those kids that are not, and I'm talking about how do we transition from there to full-day hybrid? And you mentioned the elementary school kids, it's a long day for those kids who are not in the classroom, right? Because it would be one on, one off, yeah. What about the middle schools and the high schools? Can we start thinking about getting them to a full-day hybrid after, a period of half-day hybrid? And then, because I guess at that age, they're a little more adjusted to being online and for a full day in class.
So we'll get our administrators to put their heads together again. We have done that a few times, but we will certainly get them together again to see if we can create some type of a full day schedule that's going to work not only for the students, but for the teachers.
And the busing.
Yeah, no, I understand.
The busing.
Busing is an issue, and busing is an issue.
Yeah.
So here's another question. That Sellersville, when we met, I think last meeting or the meeting before, you mentioned that Sellersville did have a full-day hybrid plan, and they were ready to implement it. What I didn't understand was, are they willing to implement it, or are they'll implement it if we...
It was their suggestion. They created that schedule because that schedule is different from everybody else's. Their teachers were willing to forego some contract issues in order to give their students that.
So does the principal of Sellersville Elementary know that he can or she can move forward with that plan? Or I just wasn't clear on that.
Yep.
So are they moving forward?
They are moving forward.
Okay.
Well, how's the
Excellent.
busing work with that? Because there's a 2-tier system up there already.
So I was there on Friday, I think. I can't remember what day it was. And their students were dismissed at 2:30, so they have a full day, but they are still, it's not every child every day. They still are on a hybrid schedule, but they dismiss at 2:30.
Okay. Excellent.
And they are phasing in their kindergarten and pre-K.
There is an additional tier of buses that are required for that dismissal.
I thought there was 3.
Yes. Yes.
And we have enough buses to handle that.
Yes. The contractors have agreed to assist us with that.
So is there a time that we can get more information on it?
What information do you need?
Well, for example, the 2 high schools, when they would be able to implement a full-day hybrid?
I can tell you that we have looked at that at least twice now, and they were not able to create a full-day hybrid schedule. I will ask them to go back to the table. We'll see if we can pull in some other support for them, but it was not doable at this present time with the 50%. And still giving teachers their appropriate planning time and their lunch time. It just wasn't doable. And every kid to get there 4 periods. So we can certainly go back and we can look at it, and I can report back to you.
Yeah, and I'm not expecting March 1st. I mean, we're already moving forward with the plan, let's...
One thing at a time.
Exactly. And, but at some point after that, and obviously hopefully before the end of this semester.
And remember, we're in second semester, right? We already started second semester, and we're on, and so that continuity, is going to be important. So we wouldn't want to say, in May, we're going to start, it just doesn't make sense.
Right.
So we'll ask them to go back and look at it, and we'll see what they come up with.
And another, I guess, suggestion, what about, I don't want to call it summer school. I think I brought this up before, but some kind of summer session for those, at least those who need it and want to participate, to bring up their mathematics, English, whatever it is, to get them ready for next year. Hopefully a full day schedule. Is there any
Absolutely. We've
consensus or
already
thought
started
about
planning.
that, or-
We've already started planning for summer school. Our high school summer school is generally virtual. They do have an opportunity to come in for support if they need it, but it's generally virtual. We have several different opportunities for students that are for credit, credit-bearing courses or recovery courses. So they still will continue with that. And we are also looking at expanding the elementary and middle school opportunities, because currently just Title I, and migrant programs are available, but we are looking at using some of our SR2 dollars for extending a summer program for other grades.
Thank you.
I have a question, just because I know we kind of had that date for the March 1st, and we'd also we had initially had all the teachers, and I totally recognize these are not easy decisions, anything that we're doing. I mean, we've taken in a lot of information, and this is not easy, but moving forward with, when are we requiring the teachers to be back in the classroom? I know we held off because of vaccine, but it doesn't look as if we have any idea, or maybe Michelle can speak about it. We don't really know if we're going to get vaccine enough for our teachers who want it, let alone the second one. And that's why I think we initially had kind of pushed back a little bit of requiring them to be in the classrooms. But since we don't know when that's going to happen, where are we with the teachers back in the classroom?
So it depends on when we decide that we're going to have kids start the hybrid model, and I'm back into the teachers returning from that date.
So when we set a date when we were going to hybrid, then you, as the superintendent, will require teachers to return.
Yeah, because some of them, while it's not a lot of classroom setup that they need to do, because we aren't doing a lot of things on the wall, we aren't doing a lot of the centers and all of that kind of hands-on things, we aren't doing that kind of thing, so it's not a whole lot that they need to do in their classroom, but there is some degree of setting up and organizing in the classroom that they need to do. We want to make sure that they have a chance to test out their equipment back in the classroom, and I just want to make sure that they get a couple days to do that.
And they need time to set up daycare issues and everything else. I think everybody needs to do that. I think it's been a major concern for parents now, and everybody working daycare, and now teachers will be falling into that same problem.
So the end of the second semester, is that mid-February? Is that February 16th? Or?
We just had at the end of January.
Okay. Is there a way that we can maybe push move in a little bit quicker? Can we do something by mid-February to get more students and teachers in the classroom, and then instead of waiting until March 1st? Because that's still a good ways off, and so...
So with athletics beginning on February 2nd, 13th, and shortly thereafter, we are preparing to look at the second week in February to have students come back on the hybrid schedule. And that would be right after the President's Day, the 6th, is it 15th or the 16th?
Returning on the 16th.
That's great.
So we don't need to take a vote on that?
No. We're working on that right now.
Oh, okay.
What we've asked principals to do is to sort of settle out the adding students for small groups, because principals are really trying to get as many students as they can for small groups, but that ties up transportation, creating those routes and making changes to the routes for small groups so that they can't even get to everybody.
Gotcha.
So what we'll do is we'll ask principals, go back, and the data keeps changing because parents Some parents want to be sure that they're going to have the same teacher, which may or may not be possible. So first they want to come and then they don't want to come. That's completely up to a parent. But we're going to ask principals to send out another survey, find out what parents want to do as of February 16th. Do you want to have your kid come face-to-face, or do you want to have your child stay virtual? Are you going to need transportation? And we start building our routes from there.
So the way it's looking right now we have small groups in our schools.
Correct.
As we speak. So this county is, along with other counties, back in small groups. Our hybrid, which is AB, which we've worked on for a long time, we're going to look like going back into February the 16th, which President's Day is a holiday on the 15th. And also schools will be allowed on each school that are available to open up like one school a longer day or do some other things. But I mean, I know we have busing tiers and all kinds of issues, so we can't let one school might affect another one, but we are looking to do whatever we can to move into I don't know if we'll ever be normal, but as close to normal as possible when we can. So I guess the main thing, and I'll repeat it again, the 16th, February the 16th is the date we will start our hybrid schedule.
That is, yes, correct. And we are already good with our 2 tiers for transportation.
For the AB hybrid.
Correct.
While allowing Sothersville to have its third.
Correct.
And
So can I ask a question, just for the people who are here tonight and hearing so many stories, so many emails that we've had of students that are struggling. These parents need to contact their principals and their teachers to get their students in earlier. I mean, they've always had that option, right? I mean, have we tried to work with that?
Well, we've been working with families, yes. So the idea was for students who had certain accommodations that needed to be carried out for their IEP, or for English learners, students who don't have internet at home, students who are struggling in whatever way, shape, or form. So principals had a great deal of latitude to decide who could come in for small groups. Whenever a parent contacted me and said, my student has an IEP and they're or my child is having a serious social emotional, it takes one conversation with the principal and boom, they get them in, right? But what we're saying now, and this is just as of tonight, we are asking that the fluctuations stop with small groups so that we are not continuing to add students for small groups, because we have got to get our transportation in order so that we are ready for February 16th. So if your child is in small group right now and you need transportation, you're good to go. If your child is in small group and you don't need transportation, then by all means, contact your principal and get your kid in there. But we are working toward the hybrid model for February 16th.
we're working on it. We're going to 16th will be the
That's
day.
the date, February 16th.
Will that be able to, a letter from the superintendent go
Absolutely.
out? Because I know some people will watch this tonight, and somebody's going to probably have it wrong, when it gets out. So I just like to get a letter, if we've talked about from you out to the parents and everybody.
Whenever we've set a date for something, I always put a communication out.
Appreciate that.
I think it bears repeating to parents, children, and staff to limit your exposures outside of the school walls so that it doesn't increase the chances inside the school walls of transmitting COVID. And please, if your children are sick, do not send them to school, because that too will increase risk. And it could force not only your family into quarantine for several days and out of work, but several other families. So if they're sick, please keep them at home.
Correct. We do work very closely with the health department on contact tracing, identifying those employees who are either positive or a person under investigation because they may need to quarantine for 10 or 14 days, whatever it may be. We always do the appropriate protocol, follow the appropriate protocol. And in addition, we put out, Human Resources put out some information last week in regards to what close contact means, because some people begin to think, well, I know this person in my building was identified as positive, and that means that everybody in the building was a close contact. That is not accurate. So we'll put that out again if necessary, and it is necessary. Thank you, Ms. Bass. We'll put that out again. We're encouraging everybody to, we'll go back and put out the recovery plan, which has never been taken down. It's always been on the front page of the website. It has protocols in it. We are sending to schools, once again, the contact tracing, the map that we follow, the protocol that we follow, what happens if you have a fever, what happens if this, so that's going to get put out again. We have created a drive for school administrators so that they have template letters and they have every single thing they could possibly need to communicate with families with regard to COVID. And Ms. Bass wanted to say something. You got to get to a mic, Ms. Bass. And as she comes forward, I know she's going to say something about contact tracing and whatnot, but we do continue to struggle with staffing, and we're doing the best that we can do here.
Board, how you tonight?
For the record?
Yeah, for the record, I'm Vanessa Bass, Director of HR. I just want to remind people that the FAP, Family Accommodation Plan, will sunset when we go 50-50. That, Mrs. Smith, you're looking at me, that was the plan where they could bring their children. If we win the 16th, when we bring children back, they cannot bring their school-age children to their building. It eats up the footage. So I just want that publicly said, because childcare is not our responsibility. You're going to have to find daycare for your children. Mrs. Morissette, if you want to say anything about vaccines, we work with the health department. We are not the keeper of the vaccines. As soon as the health department lets me know, I send out the link, and that is absolutely all I do. Secondly, thirdly, fourthly, please do not send those links to your family and friends. Mrs. Morissette today had to turn away people who came and they were not school system employees. Please, let's institute integrity. I'm a little disappointed with how people have distributed the link once I send it, whenever I get it. It may not come on Wednesday. It may not come on Tuesday. The only thing I can do is tell you be at your phone, and you got to be quick on the keyboard, because the slots get eaten up easily and they're gone. And I don't know when they're coming back. So I think Mrs. Morissette said last week, let's subside with some of the angry emails to HR. We do not have the vials. It is issued by the health department. Can you help me, Mrs. Morissette?
So the only thing I can say, I'm not the liaison for vaccine for the schools, but I know we get very short notice when we are going to get a delivery, and we get even shorter notice about how much we're going to get in that delivery. So that's when the decision is made. So much gets set aside for school, and then we still have to address our 75 and overs, our 65 and ups, and now we heard today that it's expanded to any age group with comorbidities of a certain list, and we can't even get past the 75 and up group because we're just not getting enough vaccine. So we just ask that people be patient. And again, don't share the links. Like today, we were able to open up 12 more spots, and the school was notified as soon as possible to help fill those spots with teachers. So they're working very hard to make sure everybody gets the vaccine that should be getting the vaccine. We don't have a lot to work with, so we're trying very hard. And please be patient and courteous when you come. My fellow nurses are working very hard to accommodate you. We go through enough a day without hearing a lot of grief, so please.
Yeah, I mean, I can add all that. It's you know, a couple, 2 or 3 weeks ago, talking to some county officials, hopefully they were going to get a lot more than they did. They don't control it, the state does. Dr. C has his issues and priorities and what he has to go by. What I really would suggest, though, any school board employee, have your ID with you when you go there, because they might ask you for it. And you have to carry it into schools, I understand. You have to carry it into school property. And I would highly suggest that you carry it when you get your vaccine, because I think that will save a lot of problems that I know I'd love to have my wife or my daughter or my son-in-law or whoever to have a vaccine. But the problem is there's tiers. And one of the tiers are staff and school employees. And we don't need to abuse that. And I think, just like I said, carry your ID so you have it. And it's a very simple thing.
Hey, Ms. Bass, how are we
Yeah.
doing on substitutes?
Oh, okay. I can go back and get my numbers. I didn't bring them up. I came
Are you
to
still
talk
trying to
about
recruit
something.
them, or?
Oh my goodness. I
yes?
will be in concert with the
Is that a
person.
question?
No, it's probably a comment, but I'll be in concert with the teacher or the parent or the citizen that said, if you are interested, do not have background issues, do not have substance abuse issues, please apply.
And what do you have to have?
Well, you gotta have, number one, we like 48 credits, because as Dr. Kane said, we almost can't take volunteers because you have to pay to go through the background check. We pay for the tox screen. However, if you wanna apply, it's been up, it stays up. We are always looking for substitute applications.
When you say 48 credits, you mean 48 college credits?
48 college credits,
You don't need an
yes.
associate's degree, or?
You're getting pretty close. Yeah, you're getting pretty close if they haven't changed the standards.
I don't know, when I was in
Yeah,
60.
that's what I said, me too.
Okay.
So I don't know if they've changed the standards, but yes.
So
Brennan
say an
Applesauce.
education major who's got the associates and working on the bachelor's would be a perfect.
Come on in.
All right. All righty.
And our biggest problem, to be absolutely honest with you, people, volunteers and substitutes alike, will commit on paper, verbally, and then when it comes down, when the rubber hits the road, they're no-show. I think people really have goodwill at their heart, but this is hard work. And we need committed and compassionate people who are interested in catapulting our children to success.
So currently, we have 58 employees out, teachers out on ADA, 9 on FMLA, and we have 38 cases that are either positive or quarantined. So we've got 105 absences. We have 30 long-term substitutes confirmed. We need 15 more, and principals are doing their absolute best to combine classes, get teachers to cover, instructional assistants to cover, whoever they can to cover classes where the teacher is teaching from home on ADA. So it is a work in progress. As soon as Ms. Bass and her team make progress, we get more who are going out, and that, of course, is their prerogative and their doctor's prerogative. But we do have a bit of work to do. So I am asking the public to please work with us. There may be an instance when your child is not able to have the same teacher. There may be an instance when your child's teacher is teaching from home, and we are covering the class with another person, instructional assistant, substitute, whichever. So we're just asking for support and working with us so that we can get children back to school. And that is where that's where we sit right now. So we want to get children back to school, but we do not have adequate staffing, and we're going to make it work, and we're going to keep children safe, and we're going to keep employees safe. But we do need to work together in doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
If I could, just really quickly, since Ms. Fellers is here, I know that we heard, and I believe some of you heard from staff, there were a number of questions about what happens if there is a COVID case reported in our school. What happens if there's an outbreak? And while Maria's here, I just wanted to give her an opportunity to let our staff know and kind of give them an update on what she's been working so hard on.
Yes, thank you.
Sure, no problem. So some of the questions that we're receiving from staff, from parents, are regarding, as Ms. Pullen mentioned, what is the plan for reporting and sharing information if a student or teacher tests positive for the coronavirus after being in the school building or in a work building? What are the expectations for quarantine if a student or teacher tests positive after being in the building? What are teachers who have not gotten a chance, what about teachers who have not gotten a chance to be vaccinated? If the old metrics are no longer being used, what metrics are all being used? These are all really, really good and pertinent questions, and we hear your questions. They should not be, set aside, it should all be answered. So the three key things that I want to share with the board members, with the team, the parents, and staff that are watching at home is that we've three key things. We have a shared drive for all Queen Anne County Public Schools that has all of our COVID-19 protocols and documents. That is being shared. It was created back in at the end of October, November. It has been run through with administrators, principals, the executive team, and that should have been rolled out today this afternoon for access by teachers, custodians, QAPPS staff, et cetera. You can reach out to your administrators to navigate you, on where everything is located in that shared drive, or I just recommend clicking on it and, hitting all of the folders and reviewing all of the fantastic and meaty information in there that will help answer those questions that you have posed to us. The other piece regarding communication is you need to know that I and the school system are in, if not daily, communication with Queen Anne County Health Department. It is in such a way that it's real-time access now. Each school and CPS building has a real-time access spreadsheet or document that once the administrator or a teacher or I receive notification of a COVID case, we enact what's called the COVID-19 notification process. And that's on the shared drive. And so we follow very specific steps. And, all of that process, it's, QACPS employees notified of a positive COVID-19 case. First contact or illness for student or staff member. Then there's immediate notification to the principal if it's school-based. There's immediate notification to a direct supervisor if it's non-school-based. Then the next part of that tier is contacting the superintendent and human resources via email. And part of that at the same time is contacting the school nurse if it's student related via email. And then contacting the school health service coordinator via email. And then the last step on that, which is on the shared drive and available for you guys to review, is that direction is to follow what we provided on a case-specific basis, and that will dictate the next step. And so once that's been done, that's just a notification process. Then we roll into the investigating the contact behind every single one of those calls or notifications. So by having that real-time document created for public school, one for central middle school, high school, for central office, et cetera, there is real-time access to that information. So it has administrators on there, the school nurse on there, I'm there, is on there that addresses the components for that building, and by the end of this week, the Queen Anne County Health Department Communicable Disease Supervisor is going to have real-time access to that information as well. So that's even faster notification process between the health department and QACPS school system. And based on the information that we get back between the case investigating and contact tracing, that drives our next step. So that's the key piece for communication that takes place. And then the final piece is, well, yeah, that was it. It was the documentation and the communication. So those are the big pieces that address those questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fellers. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Questions, other questions?
Any other questions? And I think parents that have questions, their first contact's the school.
Absolutely.
The central office can help out whenever they can, but, you know, the principals and the staff that the principal assigns to scheduling and issues like that should be addressed to each school. I know some schools have sent out videos and different letters, so each school will be sending, you're sent out a general, but each other school will send out its own specific one as far as that's handling for our February the 16th opening. And yes, the A will only have one day, the B will have 2 days that week. Just, everything's not fair in life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pullen. And I know that you are staying with us in that same seat for a minute. Thank you, Ms. Fellers.
Thank you, Ms. F.
So next, we want to talk about the clay target teams, and we have continued to make some progress there.
Yes, thank you. So if you recall, one of the items that we discussed at length with our last update for the clay target team was insurance and the requests that were made. So we have received an updated certificate of insurance from the U.S. Clay Target League. It is a $1 million per occurrence policy that gives them a $10 million aggregate. So the aggregate essentially would allow us to have 10 incidents that would each pay $1 million. The insurance carrier, our insurance carrier, has suggested, and what they would hope to see would be some coverage that was a little bit more per occurrence, and that's what we were hoping had been raised a little bit. Due to the possibility that with the type of sport this is, if there were an injury, it has a higher likelihood of being catastrophic, and therefore the $1 million per occurrence limit may not be sufficient. So while we're very thankful to see this $10 million aggregate, it's still not quite getting where we need it to be in terms of the per occurrence limit. But we're still working on some other options with that to see what else would be available to us. We reached out to some other school systems in Pennsylvania and in Ohio that are also part of the U.S. Clay Target League with their public school system. Part of the discussion and what we wanted to know was how they handled their MOUs. So I've only heard back from one team at this point. They're from Orfordburg, PA, right across the Maryland line. They are huge proponents of their team and wanted us to know that. They have had lots of interest from students in their district. They utilize the same MOU that was provided by the league, which is the one that we had some concerns about, that it was a little too general. And there were some, it didn't spell out clearly enough for us the responsibilities of the coaches, the responsibilities of the team, the responsibilities of Queen Anne's County Public Schools. But with that, in response to those concerns, our legal counsel has drafted us a very solid MOU that has those specifics. So we will spell out the duties and the responsibilities of all parties. It will spell out our insurance requirements, the necessary certifications that you need to have, and we can add attachments to that, such as the rules and policies of Queen Anne's County Public Schools for our sports programs, as well as the policies and procedures of Sidlersville Skeet Club, which is a facility that would be used, and we feel good that then we are encompassing some of those worries, and we're just giving clear direction to everyone by that document. It's also a document we can utilize for some of our other sports programs, so it's beneficial for both ways. MAPE had requested a review of a sexual abuse and molestation policy for adequacy of coverage. The league is still indicating that that's not something that they plan to develop. However, in speaking with Mr. Connolly, the proposed coach, the plans for this team would never see a student that would be left alone with either another student or an adult. The adults would all undergo background checks as well. So just based on the nature of this type of sport, where it occurs, their assessment was that
in terms of any type of sexual abuse policy, their practices would be very safe.
And our school has a sex abuse policy, right?
Something that, yes, that we
And
can incorporate as an
adopt.
attachment as well.
Sure.
We probably have
So
that
that's
for any
an
other
easy
club.
fix.
I mean, that's standard, I would think, in any school's sport or anything.
Should that be included in the MOU? Or should they be adopting
Well,
our policies anyway?
I think
They
that-
would be required to abide by our sexual abuse policies if they're going to be an organization representing us.
The team.
Yeah, but that'd be the same as a swim team, hockey team, football team, or whatever.
Correct. Everyone follows the same policies. I had the chance to speak with the coach of a college clay target team, and one of the points that we have not made yet and that he was able to bring up is that he sees the benefit that this sport is much more inclusive. So participation, especially for those that could have some physical limitations that don't allow them to participate in other traditional sports, this would be something that is open to them to participate with as well. And that it's a lifelong activity. You can participate at any age. You continue to do it into your advanced years, and it's something that's easy to continue with. So those are the updates that we have for you now. I think that we are starting to see some resolution to some of those.
And has there been any, I know I asked this question the last time we had Mr. Connolly on the line, what the draw is to be connected to a public school system versus having private 4-H, however it is that other organizations outside of school districts do.
It's my understanding that it's to be part of the U.S. Clay Target League, and that their participation in competition in this particular league requires the support of a school.
Doesn't have to be a public school.
It doesn't
It's
have to be a
school.
public school. They have to be associated and affiliated with a school.
And I wonder, have they gone out to have any conversations with any other schools, any of the private schools in Queen Anne's County? Do you know?
I do not know if they have approached them and if there have been conversations otherwise.
Yes, I believe Mr. Connolly has reached out to some of the Christian schools in the state, not necessarily in Queen Anne's County.
And what was the result of that?
I've yet to find out, but he was more concerned about what their MOU looked like, and I think it's actually, I'm pretty sure the result was the same thing. They're all contracted, or their MOU reflects that the umbrella organization, the Maryland Sporting Clays.
So what was the reason that the other schools did not sign the MOU?
They did.
They did.
sign,
So
yeah.
they do have other schools in Queen Anne's County, private schools.
Oh, I'm sorry, not in Queen Anne's County. No, in the state of Maryland.
No, my question was pertaining to Queen Anne's County.
Right.
I can say
So-
about other sports, I imagine it would be, because this would just be another sport, so I think one advantage is just to have it in our schools. I mean, if we have an interest in it, and apparently we did, we had a few hundred people that showed up, that's something that the kids want. It's a great extracurricular activity, but I know that with some of the private schools, just like we can't, you can't participate in our public school sports if you are a private school student. There are limits to how many students you can have on a private school sport team, because then because it becomes unfair, because in your private schools, they call it, they start packing their teams. So you have to have, like, I'm just making one up, I don't know the exact numbers, but like if you have a basketball team of, say, you guys are first string, second and third, so you have a 15 bench team, you can only have maybe 2 people who don't go to that school. So you're really limiting the number of the public school kids that could participate. If you only have 2 private schools in Maryland, and so you're talking 4 public school kids could participate, because they do limit how many public school kids or how many kids can go that are not in their school.
So, Ms. Pullen, can we get a copy of the MOU that the council drafted up? The other thing is, have you reached out to Maryland Sporting Clays Association to see if they're amenable to changing their MOU, and is there any status on that?
No, at this point, that was the MOU template that they gave to us to utilize, and as I mentioned, that is what some of the other, and it came from the U.S. Clay Target League, which is their umbrella organization. And it is what's being used successfully. We just felt a little bit better narrowing down some of those key points, especially duties and responsibilities. But
Sure.
We'll send that to you to take a look at.
Okay, so February 3rd, registration began. It closes March 2nd or 3rd, first week of March.
I think it's the end of March.
Is it?
I think it goes to late March and they begin practicing in April.
Okay. When can we get the information? I mean, that Maryland Sporting Clays is going to agree to our new provisions in the MOU and
So that
On the
MOU
insurance?
is not with that particular organization. The
Oh,
MOU
it's
is
with
just
the-
between us and Mr. Connolly and or the target team itself.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
All right,
yes,
all right.
it's just between us. All we have to do is actually do a registration and pay the fee to join the league.
Okay.
So that is not a laborious process.
All right, and we're going to work out the insurance issue?
Yes, we're still,
soon?
yes.
Can we get a vote on this next week? Will that be enough time?
I don't know that it's a vote, so I think we still need to have some conversation about that with legal,
Which legal?
all legal,
Board counsel?
whatever, yeah, sure.
All right, but we need to work that out.
Yeah.
I emailed you about that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
Never got a response.
and my understanding is it is a student organization, which falls under the purview of the superintendent.
Well, it's not,
And your interpretation is something different, I do recognize. So we'll have to have conversation about that.
student-run, right, organization, which it's not, so. Anyway, we got counsel over there, and I'm sure we can work it out.
Two questions I have. Liabilities, that it could be catastrophic. When we have 40 students on a school bus going down Route 301, that could be catastrophic. So where, do we have enough liability on, I'm just asking this question, do we have enough liability when we have 48 kids on a school bus? Wouldn't we have enough liability for this too? Or, I mean, I'm just asking.
I think transportation, that's a bit of a stretch. I think transportation, which we're required to do, is different from having children handle guns, which we are not required to do.
Well, yeah, but handling guns, but that can be a two-way sword. If they know how to handle a gun, it's a lot safer than somebody that
Just a
doesn't.
basic question. Do we have a $2 million aggregate on each individual occurrence? I mean, that's just an insurance question. That's all.
Who is doing the pushback on the insurance? Like, who's not happy with the amount that?
So MABE, who is our insurance carrier, we're actually
Okay.
self-insured, but the recommendations that we've reached out for, which we always do with any of our issues of liability, are the questions to MABE. And that, of course, is the risk manager that we talked about during the last meeting as well, and they had lots of reservations about this as well, based on the fact that it is a greater risk.
Although we don't want to lose sight of that. How long had they been around, the Clay Target Shoot organization? 19 years?
It's a number of years without.
And not one incident. So we do need, I mean, there is, you get discounts for good driving. So here's 19 years of never having any incidents.
I think New York
that
State's
speaks-
got 69.
New York, yeah, they have the most,
Something like
60-something
that.
teams. And they have one.
And it's a great way to promote the school system, which is one of our explicit duties, by the way, but
The stuff that you're doing right now with these MOs, all this stuff, has Darren, I mean, as we go along, is Darren getting copies of this stuff too?
And not at this point. As we start to figure out the parameters with Mr. Connolly, and if we get to that next step to do that, then yes, we would share it with everyone so that they're able to take
I guess my question is, I know Mr. Connolly's trying to get this done by March, whatever, the 1st of March.
well, ASAP, because
I mean, there's a time
registration
frame in
started
there.
open, yeah.
And if we go past that deadline, I don't want all of a sudden it to be able to work, and we say, hey, Darren, you need 24 hours to get this to us. I just want to, I don't want to miss something because we didn't do it in a timely manner, that's all.
Right. No, we're definitely keeping that in mind as well.
So can we get an update next week? And
Great,
thank you so much.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you, Mrs. Pullen.
Thank you. Okay, we are now going to go, our future school board meetings, we have one, and these are budget work sessions. There'll also be some business being handled with those, February the 10th, 17th, and 24th. We'll put the contract on for Edmund, that you're going to get back to us on some information there. So because that needs to be approved, you said by March or something. So we'll get that on the thing for next time. Our March the 3rd meeting, which we will have, we would need to put the calendar on, but that's going to be posted on our website for the public to see for 30 days. Any other things that anybody, Dr. Kane or board members need? We are citizen participation, everybody's going home. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Got that one through.
Everybody's looking pretty fresh.
Damn, I beat you by 2 hours.